How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Let's get this updated. Rumour has it there's a new beta build. Well, I kind of knew there was. Who we got in this morning? Nether Mage, welcome in. Mammoth time. Dinner time for you, I'd imagine. Genie, welcome in. Solidity, Kahani, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Coffee, good. Coffee, good. Got some bad news on the new build. Hey, can we start with the good news, please? Let's start with the good stuff. Don't be telling me all the bad stuff straight away, Lord. Got to get some caffeine in my system first. It's been Thursday for patches for a while now. It tends to be the cycle. That tends to be it, really. Renown at 2,500 per level. Hang on, 2,500? They've more than doubled it. They better be given more reputation elsewhere then. Woo! Sneaky. We'll find out. My client's taking its sweet ass time to load. They were sneaky and stealth added M0s in this build as well. Oh, so we can test M0s. They still drop in blues. This tends to be the thing, right? I'll make a video and then the day after they'll change it. It's kind of just how it works. Artifacts are down from 25 each to 15 each. Whoa, they have really gone ham on the rep grind then. Oh boy. See, I'm not really a big fan of just like screaming in and shouting nerfs. But that's a significant change. You think that Lord, okay. I'm not going to lie, I thought they were relatively well paced as they were. I certainly was not concerned that they were overly grindy. I was not concerned they were too quick either. This means it's going to be a long time till we get the blue profession tools. It could mean that it's a long time till we get a lot of stuff. 2.3 gig update. Okay, this is going to take a minute. Oh, you can see it just under my camera, actually. Do have some good news, though. The epics you can buy from renown vendors are disenchantable and frequently give resonant crystals. That will get fixed. That will get fixed. That was the same for the Venthyr. That was the same for the Venthyr dude. Somebody figured out very quickly that you could buy an epic item off those and disenchant it repeatedly. And it took them about 3 minutes to fix that one. Most things you buy from a vendor are not necessarily meant to be disenchantable. Because that's very open to abuse. Because there's an infinite supply of them. Well, that's all the bad news then. Sorry. Hey, we got to start somewhere, I guess. I guess we got to start somewhere. Can we find some patch notes though? Can we get some patch notes on the go? Where's do I have a? Let's find some patch notes if we can. Yesterday's video seemed to be popular, by the way. Now I know we talked a lot about enchanting on it. But yesterday's video seemed to be very popular. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but I took a slightly different approach with yesterday's video, which clearly works. I mean, I knew it worked, but I didn't necessarily believe I had the audience to make it work. Some good profession string info involved in crafting orders. So we've not had crafting orders though. That's what is that what you're telling me? We've not had crafting orders all the same. 7 days ago. Where's the most recent version? Last visit. 8 hours ago. 8 hours ago. Okay. Whilst my game is continuing to upgrade in the background, let's start having a little look at this. We'll turn the tunes down for this because It's focus time. It's focus time. Brain activated. Engage brain. Here is this week's changes you can find in this week's Dragonflight beta update. Resolved an issue that caused Davudu Shuffle to reduce the duration of routes by less than intended. Sure. Great. Excellent. Well done. Class changes. If you care about your own specific class changes, please look. I universally don't go over class changes because there's too many of them. We'd be here for weeks if that's what we did. Go follow Max if you want to, if you want all the latest and greatest class changes stuff. Professions. Here we go. Crafting recipes. Crafting recipes now have a more representative quality difficulty. Feedback on the difficulty of achieving a certain quality for any given piece of gear is very welcome. I was waiting for this. I've been waiting for this to happen. This is the balance pass on recipe difficulty, which I was waiting to happen. A lot of it felt completely wackadoodle crazy, and the thresholds felt a bit off. Now, the issue here is it depends on exactly what Blizzard's goal is for quality. Do they want quality 4 and quality 5 pieces of armor and weapons to be a grind? And by this, what I'm sort of saying is, do they want quality 3 to be the normal? When there's 5 pieces of gear, do they want the one in the middle, quality 3, to be like the normal one, right? So you should base your your mindset around having good access relatively quickly to quality 3, and then if you want to pay the premium and you want to hunt down that crafter that's done bits, then you can get quality 4 and quality 5, but it's gonna cost you. That's kind of where I would hope armor to be, and in turn I would also kind of like commodities in that regard for quality 2 to become the normal. But we'll see. We'll just see how that works. The problem is I don't have a snapshot. Short of looking through VOD footage, I don't really have a good snapshot of what the quality was previously to easily work out what's changed. But there's a few key candidates. Inks. I think inscription inks, the difficulty on making higher quality inks needs to increase dramatically. They had a recipe difficulty of like 75 or something, practically meaning you could make quality 3 inks within minutes, which felt really, really fast. I think to extend the life of inscription inks needs to be one that's been updated. But okay, we can have a little bit of a peruse through that in a bit more detail later. Maybe we'll take a 5-10 minutes on each profession just to have a little bit of a look and see if we can spot anything obvious that's changed. Mining then, what have they been doing to mining? Oh, hang on, what's this? They've nerfed the waking stats from like 800 primary to 105. Yeah, that's not a surprise. The quantities, the values on a lot of the enchants were also completely bonkers. That was the result of their natural built-in scaling, which obviously they've been like, ooh, okay, let's tone this down just a touch. There were some that were doing just like giving silly amounts of stats, which were clearly broken and out of balance with the rest of the stuff. So mining. In this week's build, we've updated a large majority of mining nodes that were previously inaccessible, like the ones just hanging in the air. If you're an avid miner, please let us know the current state of node density and placement fields. Okay, sure. Known issue. Minimap tracking of ore, fish and herbs can sometimes not display properly. If this is happening, please disable and re-enable tracking to resolve this. Well, that didn't resolve it last week. So let's see if, whilst it being a known issue, let's see if they've done anything to try and fix this. This is clearly the butterfly effect. They change one thing over here and it breaks something else over here. So we'll see. Dark Moon decks have been buffed, I think. That could be interesting. User interface and accessibility. They've changed it a bunch of stuff there. Added Dragonflight credits. Great. How about you finish making the game first, and then we'll look at the credits. Okay, cool. Oh, and then a few bonuses to Mage. All right, cool. Excelente, excelente. MMO champion, you are my friend. Where's MMO champion gone? Why do I not have an MMO champion link? I do. M0s are now dropping epic gear. Good. They should do. They should do. Right, what do we got going on here? Dragonflight beta, Drakthir jokes and flirts. Why is this top of the tree? Why? It's only going to cause drama. Somebody's going to get butthurt that a Drakthir said something they shouldn't do. Okay, sure. Wrath of the Lich King, blah, blah, blah. Beta build, here we go. Can we log into the game yet? Does it work? Let's test. Let's have a looky. Are we in? That's what she said. It's thinking about it. Thinking about it. Cool. Okay, characters, good. Are all the realms up and working again? All the realms are up and working again. Beautiful. Okay. We'll check stuff out in a minute. Patch notes first. Patch notes first. Many Shadowlands armor ensembles and weapon arsenals have been added this build. Crimson Soloist PvP title. New mythic mount. Hailstorm Armadon for players that complete the Dragonflight Keystone Master Season 1. What does he look like, though? What does he look like? What does he look like? Is he good? Is he good? Where's the 3D model? Whoa, yeah, sure. View in 3D. Oh, go on, he's quite cool. Oh, he's quite cool. He's got some swagger about him. Not bad, not bad. It's like it's like one of the skinny dragons definitely didn't skip gym day and has got swole. All right, I like that. Okay, cool. See him in a bit more detail here. Look, he's clearly got bad breath. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. It's the beast from the Azure Span, pretty much. It's not too far off, actually. But either way, I think he looks pretty cool. As mounts go. At least it's not a reskin of some other trash, right? But, wait until there's a blue, a green, an orange, a purple, a brown, a gold. They'll make 12 variations of this later in the expansion. But, you know, if you get it first, nice. Nice. What else have we got then? Some new maps for the Alderman raid. Dungeon, not raid. Relax. Dragonflight credits. Yep, great, excellent. What we got here then? Some new items. Netherforged lava-proof boots. Bind on pickup. Unique. Are these going to be? Are these just going to be? Is these going to end up being cosmetics? What are these for then? Sturdy obsidian glasses. Categorized as junk right now. Well, that's clearly not a junk. That's clearly not junk, is it? That's clearly a mount. Harness a Quilashi magma mammoth and keep it as a permanent mount. Must be currently riding to use it. What? Hello? Intrigued. Grand Theft Mammoth. Right, okay. Can we find any more for any more? Can we find the actual mount? The loyal what's this? Summon and dismiss this mount. Comes from a vendor in the Waking Shores. View in 3D. Oh, check him out. He's quite cool. Oh, I like him. We have a lava mammoth. He's quite cool. I'd get behind it. Now. What is this going on the side? Are these just going to be storage, or are these, you know, convenient seats for vendors? Should we get the rumor mill started? Either way, he's pretty cool. The Keystone Mount reward should just be the duck. No, because I want the duck. I want to get the duck. Was born in the gym, molded by it, didn't take a rest day until I was already a man. Yeah, something like that. What's the lava guy a reward for? Well, it's a little bit unknown at the moment, but it's sold by a vendor initially, by the looks of things. Taught by Grand Theft Mammoth. Criteria of Grand Theft Mammoth. It's an achievement. Loyal Magma Mammoth harnessed. Liberate a Qualashi Magma Mammoth permanently. It gives you an achievement when you get it. The item you need to get is a hail. No, hang on. No, that's the wrong one. Where'd it go? Magma Mammoth harness. Bind on pickup. At this moment in time, that's what we know. This is the spell that's cast when you use it. And what it does is it teaches you the mount. The interesting thing here is that the mount then has a vendor tag to it. Yirez Lightfingers. Who's this fella and where does he live? Second-hand supply vendor. Location unknown. While in the Waking Shores, I would go as far as to say that he probably chills out up in the Obsidian Hold. I would guess. It's the only screenshot of him. That looks very much like the Obsidian Hold, up by the Obsidian area. Should we investigate? I want to find out. I want to see if he's now selling something. Do I have a character somewhere close? Let's take this dude over there and have a look. I'm intrigued. I like me a new fire elephant. Somebody just got a spark of ingenuity from Explorers packs. What do you mean an Explorers pack? You mean one of the random Scouts expedition packs? Is that what you mean? If so, that's a wild revelation. Let's head over to... We'll worry about all these other quests and stuff in a minute. Let's head over to here, because that's where I reckon this dude probably is. If we can find this fella, see if he's now selling that mount. Alright, okay. Any more for any more? Snowclaw Cub, new little pet. New battle pet. Can we see what he looks like? No, apparently we can't. Okay. A little angry. A little angry me feels. Angry or sad? I don't know. Those purple eyes, but he seems to have tears on the go. Okay. Little sinister Blair. Little bear. Wonder if these Dark Moon decks from the ice fishing get nerfed. I fished for 20 minutes and I've now got 7 packs of cards. Doesn't matter unless you get the ace though, right? From what we've worked out so far, if they don't change anything with Dark Moon decks, it doesn't matter unless you get the ace. You can get 500 packs, but if you don't get an ace, you might as well put them in the bin. Right, what was that name? What was the name of that fella called? What was he called? He was called Iridescent Lightfingers. I have a suspicion he's around here somewhere. He looks suspiciously like a vendor that would be chilling around here. Iridescent Lightfingers. Second-hand supplies. I want to browse your goods. Oh, look! A magma mammoth harness. What do we need, though? We need a nether-forged lava-proof boots. Oh, well, there we go. And we also need the sturdy obsidian glasses. So, that links in nicely with whatever these were also saying. Which was, hang on, back it up. Reverse these things. Nether-forged lava-proof boots, sturdy obsidian glasses. So, the question then becomes, how the flippity-doo-dah do we get these? These are bind on pickup as well, so presumably they're like a treasure, maybe? Unfortunately, very, very little info on these so far, understandably. Nether-forged lava-proof boots, no informations. Just considered a junk item added in the last build. Well, I guess it's up to somebody to find them then, right? I guess somebody needs to go out and have a little bit of a hunt of these. Maybe like the Murloc vendors in Najatar? Possibly. I would imagine this has something to do, though, with maybe exploring and leveling and playing around the Obsidian Citadel. Lots of the stuff around here. What's this icon? Oh, they've changed the icon for the Siege on Dragonbane. Cool. Yeah, I would imagine somewhere around this. Maybe it ends up being a reward for a daily quest or something. Who knows? Okay, what else has this guy got? So we've got we've got to find a few epic items to get this. But what's this? Chip. Haha, little rock golem. Similar scenario again. Rock of Aegis, a shield. Pre-sentient rock cluster. And an element-infused blood. This, I think it was literally just yesterday somebody was asking about if there's anything like the bauble worms. Here you go. Here you go. They're white items this time instead of greys, so less likely to be accidentally vendored. Rock of Aegis. It's unclear what the Dajarin... I never know how to say that. Use this for... It's far too small to protect them. A pre-sentient rock cluster. Only a wisp of elemental awareness remains. And an element-infused blood. Hey, if anybody comes across any of these items, please let me know. An unstable azurite grenade. A scrap trap. And a wing talon wing pack. Reduces your falling speed. So a couple of utility bits and bobs. But then the two things that we're probably interested in being chip. And, haha, conveniently you can't actually see the mount in game. I've gotten all of them. I think I just put them in my bank. They were just random drops, if I remember. Oh, really? Okay. Even the epic ones? There's lots of white items I've picked up, actually, that didn't have any sort of logical tag to them that I did keep. Just the chip items, these ones. The Rock of Ages, the Pre-Sentient Rock Cluster, and Element-Infused Blood. Okay. Interesting. Comes from the Obsidian Citadel trash. Yeah, that makes sense. When you're out and about in this area, I imagine they just drop for you. Okay. Well, he's cool then. We'll have to do something. What's his flavor text? We've acquired a variety of gear to help the Black Talon combat. We have new gear coming soon, so check back often. Maybe there'll be more rewards in the futures. Nice. Oh! I was going to say, I wonder if they've retroactively adjusted my reputation with the Dragon Scale expedition. But clearly not. But if we look at Tuskar, fellas. Hang on. Yeah. Wow. 519 out of 2,500. Okay. That does leave me to wonder if they've moved everything up just so it's bigger numbers, or whether they've done this to increase the grind. Because that's a 2.5 times multiplier to the amount of reputation needed. What's weird is they haven't adjusted the amount of reputation you need to get the Paragon rewards. Look, I still only need 2,000 rep to get a Paragon chest with these guys. Which feels strange. That you need less reputation to get a Paragon chest than you would do to get a regular level. Sure. Okay. Oh, dragon riding UI's had a bit of a change as well, look. This has now got, you know, it's just a little bit cleaner. What's this? I don't particularly feel best. I'm not going to click a random ass Google link the size of Africa. Sorry. The quest rep was only up to 150 or so. Ouch. I mean, what I can very easily do is go and... Do I have any... Hang on, I want to go check the Dragon Scale expedition because I know that faction very well. And if they've changed anything with that, I'll be able to tell really quickly. Let's fly over there. Oh, it's just to hear how to put... Oh, whatever. I don't care. I say many words wrong. It's part of my brand. It's fine. Let's check the patch notes then. What else have we got? Hang on. Go back. Reverse. Valdraken Token of Merit. Oh, that looks like a dinar coin, doesn't it? Very much so. Stacks up to 12 as well. Oh no, that's what you can pick and choose out the Great Vault if nothing actually chooses your fancy. I get it. Twilight Cache contains gold, Dragonale supplies, rare Dragonale's artifacts, Titan relics, as well as the chance for cosmetic primalist weapons and armor. Twilight Strongbox. These clearly appear to be very like calling-esque rewards, it feels. Cloak of Many Faces, a new toy. Tied behind a quest line in the Obsidian Citadel as well. Interesting. Dragon Scale Expedition insignia. We had one of these. These are the bind on account ones. We had one of these. Do we still have that in our bags? Do we still have that in our bags? I saw it a minute ago. Oh. Oh, ours is now only rare, and it only gives 250 reputation. Oh, so they've added a new one on top, a 500 rep token that's epic. Sure. Take it. I guess there's one for each of them then. How you go about getting them though? No idea. What I am kind of interested in though is, like I said, if they've been changing things about. Hang on. There we go. Enemy nameplates on. What's going on over here then? Have they made any changes to these fellas? Let me just quickly check vendors and stuff and have a little bit of a look. You're just the same. You're the flight master. Innkeeper. Anything new on the innkeeper? Selling the same old stuff as before. Oh. Oh, they've changed those. Some of the these companions used to be. I wonder if you still need to. I wonder if you still need to have the renown to unlock these, but then once you've unlocked them, you can turn in. At least these have got the actual crafting reagent tag to them now. Tail strider sinew, large plumed feather. I kept some of these as well. No.
Hello there.
Apparently I didn't. No, apparently I didn't. Okay. I thought I did keep some of these, but maybe I didn't. But these are, presumably, you just go kill tall striders. And you go kill harpies. Boom, winning. You get the pets that way. And the Azure Skitterfly, which is the mount, which I was fortunate enough to probably have picked that up before it had its thing changed, so I've got it. Where's me new, here it is. Tamed Skitterfly. So I've got that one already. He's quite cool. Alderman on Mythic is soloable. That's an interesting twist. I don't think that's meant to be the case. How are we doing there, Jack? Welcome in. Good morning to you. No, this is not Overwatch. No, it is not Overwatch. I do not enjoy sitting in a queue for a game I don't particularly want to play. I was never an Overwatch fan. I can't lie. I was never much of an Overwatch fan. I got lots of friends that play Overwatch, but it was never for me. Right, Pathfinder Jeb, you were always the holder of many goods. What's changed over here then, if anything? Seemingly nothing. You still buy shovels for 10 resources each. Still fun detected. You can't buy the metal detectors. You can't buy these things anymore. The expedition metal detectors. Track treasures on the map. 20-minute battery life. You used to be able to buy these from this vendor for like, I can't remember how much they were, but fun detected, they've taken them off. I still have them in my bags though, because the item obviously still exists. Maybe it comes from somewhere else now. But so people were also saying that these bits of gear that you can buy for Dragon Isle supplies are also disenchantable, which I imagine if they are, will be fixed very quickly. I don't have enchanting on this character to test, but I would imagine that that will get changed. Do you still have the same recipes and stuff? Should we find out? Primal Flux, I'm now getting not really a discount. Is that Is this just I'm getting some pitiful discount on this because of reputation, or is this cheaper now? 14.25. I need to check that on another character. It was 15 gold before, yeah. I don't know if I'm just getting some pathetically small discount for reputation or whether it's actually just been changed. You'd expect the discount to be greater, though, because I'm exalted with these fellas. But... or the equivalent of exalted. Maybe a content creator discount. Use creator code Mantheus for 0% off. The recipes seem to be sold now. I can't, on this character at least, see what the renown requirements are, but they all seem to be sold for gold instead of what are these silly resources called? Dragon Owl supplies. Illusion Parchment Magma Missile. I don't remember that being one. We're going to need to go through these and check these in a bit more detail at some point. Keep the cheat sheet up to date. What I am kind of interested to find out, though, is if they've been making changes to how much reputation you need. Multiple Dragon Isles artifacts. 5 Dragon Isles artifacts. These used to give 25 These used to give 25 rep each. Wow! 5 will now only give me 75 reputation. Wow. Fun detected. Hot damn. Hopefully it hopefully this is just a balancing thing and not just a straight up nerf in terms of making it more grindy. Hopefully this means that you just get more dragon, you just find more of these artifacts by doing things, and it will, rebalance itself out that way. Can I push to get a Paragon box? I think I need one more. Oh no, look how... oh, hang on, a small dragon scale supply pack. Oh, look how close I am. I need 40 more reputation. Are you kidding me? Oh, well, there's a 250 rep token. Boom, there we go. Give me Paragon box. Paragon boxes still... yeah, Paragon boxes still show up the same as this. Have they added anything to the Paragon boxes? Have they added a loot table? I'm opening one of these every week just to see if they've added anything to them. No! 95 Dragon Isle supplies. Ah, maybe next week. Maybe next week. Okay, sure. Never lucky. Right. What else is going on then? What else is going on? Achievement changes. Equip a bunch of epic stuff. Collect a bunch of pets. Cook legendary quality. Cook legendary soup at the community feast. If you if you don't do this quickly, expect to need the support of an entire guild to be able to do this. Otherwise, do some dragon racing, do some dungeons. Oh, there we go. Grand Theft Mammoth. Liberate the magma mammoth that we were looking at earlier. There's the achievement for getting that one. Gem Crafter Extraordinaire. Cut 2,500 gems at superior or better. I forgot that guild achievements are a thing. Shows how long it's been since I've been in an actual proper guild. Alright, okay. Spell changes. The Hailstorm Armadon is the Keystone Master dungeon. What is this one, though? Divine Kiss of Onara. Transform you into a white wind eagle. Mounted effect Sandstone Drake. No guild wants Manthias. Apparently not. Although I've not applied to many. Oh. It is just the model of the Sandstone Drake. Okay. Maybe that's work in progress. Maybe that's work in progress. Alright, sure. Maybe don't pay too much attention to that one just now. Item set bonuses. Apparently there's a vendor so we can check out the item set bonuses, right? What's Hunter one, just out of curiosity? Beastmaster. 2-piece. Kill command damage increased by 10% and has a 10% chance to reset the cooldown on Barb Shot. 4-piece. Barb Shot has a 50% chance to make your next Cobra Shot or multi-shot consume no focus. Wow. Really boring. Really boring. Looks like a soul-shaped flying form. You're right, it could be actually, yeah. Lots of spec changes. If you care about your own main class, check them out. Item effects. Changed from plus 15 mining to plus 3 mining. Where's that spell used then? Does not need to be equipped. Plus 4. Oh, these are stats that get attached to random items or... Okay. So they've toned back somewhere. We can't easily tell where, but they've toned back the skill gains somewhere. Do you think they're going to change enchanting so the enchants give you a first craft bonus? Oh, yeah, that's clearly just a bug. There's no reason for them to not do. Everything else gives you a first craft bonus. I don't know why they'd single out enchanting. If you clicked the button to show first time craft bonuses in enchanting, it still showed you the list. It's just for whatever reason it didn't actually give you the first time bonus. There's a theory, and it's probably quite a strong one, that because you put the enchant on another item, it doesn't register as a new item that's being created. It's an adjustment to an existing item. The vellum I'm talking about here. So when you put an enchant on a vellum or you put an enchant on a piece of gear, it's not creating something new, so it might not be triggering that first time craft bonus. I'm sure it'll take a dev 3 minutes to fix that. In turn, probably breaking 12 other things somewhere else, but you know. No work order update. Not by the looks of things. Not by the looks of things. I'll go and check the work order vendor and have a little bit of a look and a poke about and see if we can spot anything that might have gone on behind the scenes, but nothing forward-facing appears to have been updated. So luckily I'm not eating any hats this week. Dark Moon deck Inferno. What have they done here? Oh, they've been rebalancing. Whoa, sugar. That's a rebalance and a half. Hurl a Smouldering Inferno at the target that deals from 21 to 32k up to 60 to 144,000 damage. Lord have mercy, that's a Pyroblast and a half. Damage dealt is determined by the topmost card of the deck. Shuffle it. 1.5 minute cooldown. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a buff. Dragon Games equipment. Empty the Dragon Games kickball onto the field. Running into them kicks them at your enemy target. Sure. Elemental potions have been rebalanced to only 30 seconds duration instead of 45. 45 seconds is a long time to have like a huge damage buff on the go. You can do a lot in 45 seconds, so it doesn't surprise me they've tightened that up a bit. I assume the Dark Moon trinkets will cost a lot. We looked at it a little bit last week. Earlier this week, can't remember. Last week. The Dark Moon trinkets, at least the crafting of them, clearly needs a bit of adjustments. So we'll see how it plays out. But they'll always be expensive if they're good, because everybody will want one. Some ensemble stuff. Lots of interesting little spell changes here, but nothing too crazy to write home about. Lots of new insignias for the different classes. Not to make, I mean when people sell them. Well, if they cost a lot to make, they'll cost a lot to sell. And let's be honest, even if they don't cost a lot to make, they'll cost a lot. They'll cost a lot when people sell them the first week for that exact reason. They're new and everybody wants one. If you want one, you pay the price. Looking at the UI source changes, this build completely removed Blizzard _ Profession Crafter Orders add-on. Is this maybe the first step in them, getting rid of work orders? I do have a sneaky feeling that they might just try and push the work order system, sweep it under the rug. I mean, my video the other day talking about it, saying that, I think it should be, I just don't think it should be implemented into the game. At least not in the way that they plan to do it. Or at least they have showcased that they plan to do it. If they implement work orders in the way that they have initially announced, I don't think it's going to be... It's an impossible system. It's an impossible system. They're literally taking something that's already more convenient and making it deliberately less convenient. Now, this is a Blizzard thing, though. They tend to create a problem. Blizzard are very, very good at creating a problem and then later on in the expansion selling us the solution and seemingly getting a pat on the back for doing it. The ripcord with Covenants was a perfect example of this. There was not a single person that didn't very quickly say, this is going to be unbalanceable and they need to not do it. But they did it anyway, and then, surprise, surprise, 2 patches later, they were like, you know what, you were right. We're going to make the change. So I really hope they don't use work orders as their selling a problem to only fix it later thing. They need themselves a P45. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, give work orders their P45, send them on their way. P4, I guess anybody from outside the UK may not know what a P45 is. A P45 is the legal document that you take from one employer to another when you move jobs. it states things like your tax code and stuff on it. Yeah, the work order system feels a little bit Walmart. It feels like, you know, it feels like your cash and carry solution. It doesn't feel very royal or grandeur. It's not the Waitrose solution anyway, let's put it that way. And I can, you know, it's easy to come up with that opinion before you see it, but Blizzard have not shown it to us and are seemingly hiding it, it feels. The only reason they have work orders is because they want mythic craftable gear that requires bind on pickup things from the raid that doesn't require you to craft it yourself, but I don't think they thought it through. On paper, the system sounds fine, but the reality is it just implementing it into the game is not going to be as smooth and as simple a process as I think they suspected. And the reality is with work orders is if you're going to give buyers the ability to say, oi, this is what I want, you also realistically need to give sellers the ability to go, oi, this is what I can sell. This is why most games which choose to implement a work order system have buy orders and sell orders, because then it allows people to meet in the middle somewhere. You know, you've got crafters that can say, look, I can craft this. I'll craft this using these materials. You supply this and I'll do it for this price. And then somebody can go, right, then there's, you know, a buyer can look through those and go, well, you see, that's all right, but I've got these materials and I want to pay this much. Can you do that order for me? You know, and it's the way to do. It's the way to, you know, work a deal out without actually speaking to each other and without engaging with anybody. But to have one but not the other was always going to be completely out of whack and out of balance. It was always going to piss somebody off to have one but not the other. To be honest, there's a really, 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 really simple solution to all of this. It's really simple. Let crafters make the base gear themselves, and then make the item that you get from mythic raiding, the optional reagent, make it an on-use item. You buy the base. It's a little bit Shadowlands legendary, I get it, but buy the base epic item from the crafter, and then the person who does the mythic raid gets the mythic item. They just use the item on their piece of gear and boom, hey presto, it takes that exact piece of gear and just ups its item level. Keeps the same stats, keeps the same bonuses on it. You could still have the recrafting system. You could basically strip the work order system from a custom order system to be a recraft system. So once you've got the bit of kit in the first place, you can, because upgrading the quality, recrafting is far simpler, right? Because it's a fixed amount of materials for recrafting, and it's a far more simplistic process. You put your item forward for recrafting with the materials that needs for recrafting and a tip to be able to do it, and you press go. It's far simpler. A crafter comes along, goes, you know what? I can recraft that at a higher quality. I have the skill to do it. When it comes to finding out which recrafts you're able to do, it's really easy. Skill rating. You need X amount of skill rating to do this recraft order. If you have that skill, you can do it. You press a button, the game knows that you've got the skill, and it just happens. Really simple. It brings crafters into the situation. It allows recraft. You know, it's just far more simple. The work order system just needs to go away. The actual 100% customized work order system, way too complex. Way too complex for a game that's designed for kids, realistically. Way too complicated. Just because people play it at an outrageous level, Look at how much hand-holding Blizzard feel as if they need to do in many, many other areas of the game. You can't then drop this outrageously complicated and mandatory work order system on people and expect it to go smoothly. You're batshit crazy if you think it's going to go smoothly. Place a duck trap? No. We ain't trapping ducks. Place the trapped duck near a duck nest, causing it to act as a decoy. Oh no. Poor ducks. Sure. They've upped the amount of uses of the cauldrons by the looks of things from 80 to 120. How does that matter? How and why does that matter? Each provides 5 potions. What's 120 divided by 5? Is that's not an even number. Well, it is, but what is it? 24? 24 people can use a cauldron? Seems like an odd number. Alright, 100 would have made more sense, you know, for a mythic... sure, okay. Has anybody found any ore seams? They're mentioned in the mining journal, but I've never seen one in the wild. You and me both, actually. I've never seen an ore seam. I don't think they exist. But they have just done a refresh to mining, so, you know, they might have added them in. Primal Enhanced Tool. Name change from Dracothist Enhanced Tool to Primal Enhanced Tool. Sharpen your blade, increasing attack power. Enhances your profession tool, increasing its finesse by a certain period of time. I wondered where these were. There was meant to be, or there was talk, or at least in the very early days of the alpha, there was crafters potions. There was crafters buffs, crafters consumables, things that crafters would look to use that would give them a bonus for as long as that buff lasted. And they're seemingly invisible at the moment. They don't seem to appear on any of the professions right now. But they're clearly changing what they are. It'd be nice to see those come back. It would add a nice little twist to crafting, especially for commodity items. If you're crafting, you know, if you're going to go out and mass craft a bunch of potions, if you're making 1 or 2 potions for your own consumption, it doesn't really matter. But if you want to, you know, queue up 1,000 potions, pop a buff that might give you a boost to multi-craft, say, for 20 minutes, craft as many potions as you can. It's going to cost you to buy that potion and to gain that buff, but if it, you know, if it balances out so that you get more potions because of it, then it's a net positive. It's just another level, right? It's another level to crafting to, you know, keep things interesting, which could be nice. Refreshing Dance. This is another Darkmoon card ability. Call a refreshing dance that bounces 5 to 12 times between friends and foes. This is typically the healing one. The number of bounces determined by the top deck, blah, 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 blah. What have they changed it to? Oh. They seemingly have broken it completely. I wonder if... Okay. That doesn't make any sense. I guess we need to take a look. Haven't really figured out what perception does. Do you actually see more nodes, or the more perception you get? I think it's just increases your chance of looting a rare item. I think it just increases your chance of you know, getting that rare item from the node. I don't think it changes the amount of nodes that you see. because it's another proc-based thing, right? It's a percentage-based thing, perception. You have X amount of perception, which converts into X amount percentage, which in turn will give you a greater or lesser chance of doing something. The nodes out in the world are pretty fixed. They're not overly dynamic, so I would imagine it just gives you an increased chance to get something. You know, if you're mining, back in the days, it was such that you could get gems from mining. It doesn't seem to be a case anymore, but you used to be able to get gems from mining, and maybe perception would have given you a better chance of doing that. In today's age, it probably means that with enough perception, you would have a better chance of getting Casgarite ore than you would do normally, considering Casgarite is a rare bonus when mining any node. So that would be my guess, at least in terms of mining. In herbalism, it could be, you know, a chance to give you a rousing element or something. With knowledge, you can get gems when refining ore up to better qualities. If you can get, if you can spec into it far enough that you can get the diamonds, it's worthwhile. Anything before that, though, it's a bait, because refining ore from one quality to the next is a bait in the first place. One piece of tier 1 is really not worth 1/5 of a tier 2 piece. So upgrading refining your ore up, I think is yeah. Once the economy showcases itself and once everything is up and running, I do not feel that the quality of ores is going to be multiplicatively more valuable. Because you could imagine then that a single tier 3 piece of ore could be made from 5 pieces of tier 2, of which each of those tier 2 could be made from 5 pieces of tier 1. So you're practically saying that a single tier 3 piece of ore is the same as 25 tier 1 pieces of ore. Now, it's just not, because in crafting terms, when you come to use that ore, there is definitely not a 25 times greater benefit to using tier 3 ore than there is over using tier 1. It just doesn't make sense from a crafting perspective. So I don't think that actually refining ore up in quality is going to be a overly sensible thing to do. But that's the logic in it. It doesn't mean that it'll play out that way, because the auction house will do its thing, right? People will still buy higher quality materials just because they think it gives them a bigger benefit, because most people don't do the maths and don't work these things out. It only matters when you can guarantee a better quality craft. Yeah, exactly. You'll use it when you're close to a threshold. You'll be like, right, well, I could spend an extra 20 gold on this craft, but it will guarantee me the next quality up. It's very situational. To be honest, the materials having quality is a very situational use anyway. The design and the goal as a crafter is to actually skill up so far that you don't need to rely on quality of the materials. Once you can match the recipe difficulty, you don't need higher quality materials. You can continue to use tier 1 quality materials if your natural skill is good enough. And that's the end goal as a crafter. You actually are actively seeking to nullify the effect of quality on the materials. Studying increases your Dragon Isles knowledge by 5. 1.5 second cast, 1 second global cooldown. These presumably are these are the inscription books, I would assume. So they're going to give you 5 knowledge by the looks of things. How we doing, Sushi Man? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. More Valdraken insignias. Cheeky rep tokens. So what have they actually claimed to have changed within professions then? Alchemy's had a bit of a rebalance on Elemental Potion of Ultimate Power. They've decreased the amount of Primal Chaos needed from 25 to 20. Blacksmithing's just had some name changes. So no longer is it Black Dragon Seared, it's Obsidian Seared. Okay, sure. Enchanting has had sustained strength. Permanently enchant a chest piece to increase your strength by 0 and your stamina by 0. Wow. Wow. Okay, sure. Engineering has had a few slight subtle changes, but nothing. Where I'm really looking for is anything that like claims to be new. What have they done with this then? Despite its unique appearance, the bubble poppy flower isn't particularly useful. Rather, the watery fungal orb that forms at its base is where the real value lies. They're just adding... For some reason, they're just adding extra blur text, sure. Not actually changing what any of them do. This is just, you know, text in the journal business. Iridescent Ore. New. Chunks of iridescent ore are often found by diligent miners as they scout the Dragon Isles. Taking a moment to study these will grant further knowledge towards your mining specializations. You may discover 6 more samples this week. Can't be cast in Tree of Life form. Oh, nice. This is what I was hoping they were going to do. It had already been worked out that there was some hidden weekly cap to how much knowledge you could gain by herbalism and mining. You couldn't just 24 hours a day grind it until you were max. But because the cap was hidden, it was causing a lot of confusion, quite rightly, that people were getting a bunch of knowledge points really quite quickly on, and then it just seemingly stopped. And people were like, what's going on? Is it broken? What is it bust? What's going on? But diligent people out there worked out that, hang on, hang on. There's a quantity that I'm getting, and then it stops. And it's now been confirmed, which I would presume will end up being the same for herbalism as well. But it means that you're only going to likely gain 6 samples of iridescent ore. The question is how much knowledge does each one give you? You can discover 6 more samples this week. Presumably 1 per day is the theory behind that, right? But the question is how much does each one give you? I would suspect that each one should give you 3 knowledge points. That would mean you're looking at 18 a week. Plus your weekly quest is 21, which is a number that we've been honing in on for quite a long time. That 21 knowledge points a week seems like the natural pacing for the professions. The small one gives 1, the big one should give 3. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out. But it's good that they're at least, you know, telling people what's going on here. That when you can find X amount of more, maybe you can, yeah, you can only discover 6 more samples, and then you can only discover 5 more samples and stuff. So it gives you an indication to just how much you can progress. Same for skinning. The hides of some creatures on the Dragon Isles have strange, unique properties. Whilst these curious hides may not be suitable for crafting, taking a moment to study them will grant you further knowledge. Blah, blah, blah. Nice. Yesterday I had a fun conversation with a fellow goblin. I dropped my min price to 90% crafting with 1 gold undercuts, just to get rid of Shadowlands items and chill till Dragonflight. A few hours later, a new mail. Why do you post everything so low if you can get more gold? I wrote back, buy all my stuff for cheap and then sell them. Last message from him, just 2 letters. Yeah. Yeah. You know you're doing goblineering right when you start getting hate mail. It's always been a bit of a running joke, but it's so true. And then raid and dungeon abilities that I'm not too bothered about. Okay. String changes. This is real geeky shit right here, but the string changes actually often expose things that are not really easily to spot otherwise. Crafting order confirmation cut. Crafting order final tip. Crafting order mail cancelled body. Crafting order mail commission paid. These all provide tags in the game, right? So consortium cancel mail subject. Your order's cancelled, your order's been expired, your order was filled, your order was unfulfilled. Your crafting order's been cancelled, the commission that's been paid, your crafting order has expired. Character name, CN, character name has decided to not fill this order. That's going to be the most frustrating one. That's going to be the most hellishly annoying thing ever. When somebody picks up your order and you can track the fact that somebody's picked up your order, because there is going to be an interface for this by the looks of things. You can track that somebody's picked up your order and then you can see that they've decided to not do it. Actually, that's kind of bad because that puts that's both good and bad. It puts a because it kind of puts a target on your head as a crafter, right? And it's either going to help or hinder your reputation as a crafter. If you quite quickly end up being known as one who picks up lots of orders but never fulfills them, when you start posting in trade chat that you can do X, Y, and Z, guess what's going to happen? Nobody's going to speak to you. Interesting. Profession crafting, cancel recraft. Recraft is cancelled. You have presumably days and seconds available. Currency available. D and S. Profession currency available. Okay, I don't know what that is. Decline order. Profession gathering stat difficulty description determines how much skill is required to start gathering the primary reagent found here at the highest quality. Determines how much skill is required to start gathering the primary reagent found here at its highest quality. So that's going to be your difficulty for your mining and herbalism, whatever. You cannot claim your own crafting order. Oh, there's a big one. People have been wondering this. Are you going to be able to send your own alts orders? Maybe not. You're going to have to you're potentially going to have to hire the expertise of somebody else. That's an interesting one. Now, there will obviously be ways around this, but important text. Got this question 10 times a day. Yes, it's a big one. It's seemingly the one thing that everybody wants to know about these work orders. Can I fulfill my own orders on my alts? Now we have at least some clarification that no, you are going to need to require the assistance of others. Welcome in though, Gold Goblin. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Once somebody promised to find me IRL and do some stuff to me for undercutting him on flasks. Welcome to the auction house. Are you sure you want to decline this order? Reason for declining? God, are you going to be able to give people a reason for why you weren't able to fill this order? Your tip was shit. Try again. Send. Give me more money. Oh, Lord. Order has minimum quality. The order has a minimum quality requirement of X. Profession output, create bonus, first craft, exclamation mark. Okay, so they've just changed that a little bit. Optional reagents cannot be changed whilst recrafting an order. Eh? Eh? Report crafter. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I guess this is going to be for those, you know, those scenarios where somebody takes your order and then just lets it expire and does nothing with it. Doesn't then cancel the order and give a reason to why. They just let it expire. Oh, Lord. This puts crafters so much in the firing line. You're going to be able to be reported. It's like having a flipping eBay rating. Christ. You're going to have crafters with star ratings. Oh, Lord. I don't like any of this. Just let us put shit in the auction house. Why are you putting a target on crafters' heads? Goblins crying in the corner, not being able to satisfy myself with work orders. Oh, I wouldn't quite put it that way, but yeah, I get what you mean. Good craft, fast and quick, 10 out of 10. Yeah. 10 out of 10 woodcraft with again. Yeah. Please include a tab on your cheat sheet for customer service. We're going to need it. Yeah, people are gonna track their own. Are we gonna have Raider.io crafting ratings? TSM crafting ratings. What's your TSM crafting rating, mate? Oh no. That's gonna be the next stream title. 5 out of 5, 5-star crafter. Crafting.io. It's gonna be a thing. People are gonna start crafting on Smurf accounts because their main one's got a bad reputation. Trustpilot, Manthias. Oh no, what is this gonna turn into? Okay, nothing too much else to dive into this. We need to go and have a little bit of a look at this on the beta, I think. My rating's over 9,000. If you can get a rating of 69,420, genius. God mode goblin right there. Character changes, titles, currency types, profession, public order capacity. Oh, we need to find out what this is. We need to find out what this is. What is going to be the cap on public orders? It's nice to see that it says public orders, though. There's a big telltale there. Public orders are going to be capped. Guild orders and private orders, maybe not so much. Happy to see that be a thing. I mean, let me clarify. I don't want the work order system to begin with. But if we're going to have something, I would like it. I would like to be able to have guild and private orders be uncapped. That makes a lot of sense. It does mean, unfortunately, that those, trade, /2 macros to sell your wares will become a thing. But hopefully with all of the boosters in their own channel, it might be at least somewhat usable. But yeah, a cap on public orders. We knew that was going to be a thing. We found the text to indicate that this was going to be a thing. It's going to be interesting to find out what the cap is, though. Selling epic weapons via crafters orders 3kraider.io. Yeah. PS/PST or /W. I've always wondered why that's a thing, actually, by the way. Why in Europe is it /W for Whisper? And why in NA is it /PST? I know what PST stands for, please send tell. But I've never understood why it's a thing. /Whisper just makes a lot more sense. Especially since that's what you have to type. Gonna have to start watching Mammoth now on how to sell nothing for something and still leave the customer satisfied. We can start selling farts in a jar. 5 out of 5 star crafter. No snake oil. The tell was a term from another MMO. I guess that's what it would probably be. Oh, I see. That makes more sense. It's /tell or /whisper. Was it RuneScape that was tell? Okay, that makes some sense then. All right. Okay. So that's the goodies. I think we need to go and explore if the work order stand has anything new to offer us, and then maybe go do some herbing and mining, see how much that's changed. Because it's America, don't look for too much logic, I suppose. Right, let's head back over to Valdrakken, actually. Let's take the flight path because I'm lazy. Let's go take a little bit of a looky at this work order fella, see if he's got anything new to offer. Probably not, but where's me tracking button? So it claims by turning tracking off and turning tracking on again that it will start to work. Oh! Has anybody noticed that they've got funky icons now? Oh, Tyrivite deposits. We've got an actual... It's not just a yellow blob anymore. A little fishy fish for a fish pool. Oh, I actually quite like that. A little fishy fish where for a fishing pool we have a little mining node for... Ah, funky. So maybe that's why they broke it. They broke it to fix it. True Blizzard fashion, right? Break something to fix something. Right, so Rabul, you seemingly change every week. Have you changed? You've not changed. You have changed. You've changed again. You now give 15 knowledge again. 15 knowledge for 100 artisans metal. You need to increase your reputation to buy bigger and better stuff. You seemingly have a lot more recipes to sell me as well. Okay. And Asley, you were... Is it a... Good change. I fell for the fish pools when herbing all the time because they're both being yellow blobs. Yeah, they needed to differentiate it somehow. From a UI point of view, none of this seems to have changed. Yeah, nothing's changed front end. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's very broken still. It just straight up isn't a thing. Okay, fine. I wasn't expecting much to have changed front end, but at least we've got some clarification and we can, you know, point in a direction that says, actually, by the way, these are some things that's going on. You've got crafting patterns. I'm really tempted, you know, just to level a brand new character again. Just because since I leveled this character to 70, so much has changed. I genuinely think this character's balked beyond belief now. Tends to happen on the beta that if you have a character for too long, they're just broken. That's very well spaced out. Herbalism field notes. +3. Gather 20 hock and bloom. Does it have a requirement on the quality? Still requires quality too. This was a frustration. The fact that it's oh, hang on. That was also a thing. Reputation required for aiding the Accord. They've changed its name. Continuing your efforts in aiding the Valdrakken Accord and their allies throughout the Dragon Isles. Gives Valdrakken treasure. Are these? Oh! Ah, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so they've once you're exalted, you can continue to do this, but then that's where it's going to give you the bind on account tokens. So any faction you cap out, continuing to do your weekly on your main will give you the bind on account tokens to obviously cheeky little bit of catch up for alts, you know, especially since grinding this out is going to be far easier on your main than it will be on alts. Okay, that's cool. I can live with that for sure. Not best impressed that they've jacked up the requirements for it though, mind. They've doubled the amount of reputation. Hopefully it means that, you know, they've just bumped up the reputation gains from everywhere to sort of keep it hopefully somewhat balanced. We can talk to you again, Thomas Bright. You are clearly a weekly quest. Show your metal is very clearly a weekly quest. Which gives you 50 artisans metal. I can now safely confirm that completing that once a week for 50 artisans metal is something you're going to want to do. I can't easily work out if there's any requirements, but will I be able to master everything? Eventually, yes. If you spend great effort owning your craft, you would be able to fully master your trade, but most crafters are satisfied with honing 1 or 2 areas of... No, they are not! No, they are not! Put words in my mouth, Blizzard. Start by focusing on just the skills that interest you, and coordinate with other crafters and gatherers to get what you need from other specializations. You have a guild. A community you trust is an excellent resource for working with others. One person might know everything, but everything can be known by the community together. All for one and one for all. Okay, sure. How quickly can I specialize my professions? They say that a profession is easy to learn but difficult to master. At first you will specialize very quickly, discovering new ways to own your craft every day. But eventually you will have to work much harder to find something new to learn. Don't give up, because you'll ultimately be able to learn all there is to know about a specialization should you choose to do so. Yet most crafters do not specialize so far. They pick 1 or 2 areas to hone and just focus on the aspects of the profession they truly enjoy. They're even telling you that it's front-loaded. They're even telling you that your knowledge gains are going to be front-loaded. It will be front-loaded in terms of, well, it's a bit hard for me to showcase because I've only got gathering professions on this toon. But it's front-loaded in terms of that you will only, you know, first-time crafts and early on in the week you'll get a lot, but then, you'll be somewhat cat. Oh, look, here we go. Boundless Knowledge. So they've actually added a note in your journal now for this. Chunks of iridescent ore are often found by diligent miners as they scour the Dragon Isles. You may discover 6 more samples this week. Nice. Information is good. Oh, and the nodes have had a little bit of a facelift as well. There seems to be a mini bar on the nodes as well. Oh, and the little arrows and stuff. It's all starting to come together nicely. A little bit of polish. We like. Is it the same for herbalism? That's a little bit broken. That's a wide knowledge. Yeah, it's a little bit broken. Okay. Either way, little bit of a facelift in some areas. Does this also tell you that there's a... Yeah, here we go. Dream Bloom. Rare flower that blooms petal by petal, can be found growing alongside other herbs of the Dragon Isles. While it doesn't have many properties that would make it directly useful for other professions, taking a moment to study it will help you learn more about the local flora, granting further knowledge towards your herbalism specializations. You may discover 6 more samples this week. I like it. It means that if you want to log on and do an hour or so of herbing or mining at a point in a week, you might be able to buy... Well, it depends just how quickly and easily you get access to these. Either the Dream Bloom or the... what was the other one called? It was Dream Bloom and it was Iridescent Ore. Nice. Oh, these have changed. Tyrivite deposit, 115. 150. Okay. They've completely revamped mining then. Primary reagent difficulty for Tyrivite is now 115. I'm at 64 mining skill. So actually, just leveling your mining is going to mean that the majority of this... Oh, that's... I think that's too low. Just purely by leveling this is going to give you 100 skill points, meaning that you will be practically you'll be guaranteed quality 2 ore, and you'll only need to find 15 skill points from somewhere to guarantee yourself quality 3 Tyrivite very quickly, which straight up undermines the quality. And why would you then be, why would you have any desire to refine it up? Because you won't be getting the lower quality stuff to begin with. All right, I have a feeling that that's quite low. Does it have, oh my lord, even the special versions? So Tyrivite across the board is 115 now. Feels low. That feels really low. Draconium is 155. That still feels really quite low, for what is the rare ore. 155. You need to find 55 skill before you start getting quality 3 Draconium on the regular. What have they done? Have they adjusted herbalism? I've got too many buttons down here. Where's herbalism gone? Is that you? Herbalism. Journal. Hock and Bloom. 120. See, that also, that you can see here, right? I've got no profession tools. Zippo. Nada. Not a single profession tool. I've got Dragon Isles Herbalism maxed out, which practically means I'm guaranteed quality 3 guaranteed quality 3 Hock and Bloom every time I pick it up, without really needing to do anything. 25 points in Bountiful Harvest, which is not a lot of points. 5 points over here. The rare versions are all the same for Hock'n'Bloom. What about the other ones then? Bubble Poppy's 140. Okay. So you're going to need to specialize a little bit. But this still practically means that within a few days, people will be guaranteed. This feels too quick. This practically nullifies the effect of most of this. Improve at general harvesting skill, gaining +1 skill point in this specialization whilst gathering herbs. Next major bonus at rank 30 gives 5 perception. Learn the sub-spec at 35. Learn to refine herbs up to quality 3. The weird... See, that's what doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make a lot of sense because by the time you've put 40 points in this, by the time you get the ability to refine herbs up to quality 3, you will already be guaranteed to get herbs at quality 3. Because another 15 points in here will mean that I will be above the threshold to guarantee quality 3 herbs anyway. These numbers feel too low. Yeah, these numbers feel too low. You need to do nothing more than fill this node out, and you're just guaranteed quality 3 herbs. 40 points, and you're practically done for herbs. Then what benefit does this offer you in any way, shape, or form? Is this is then just presumably going to be, you have a chance to gather additional Hock'n'Bloom, deafness. Why do you need more skill when gathering it? You've already maxed it out if you've put 40 points in here. Perception, finesse. Your finesse has a chance to yield. Okay, so this just becomes a yield thing. And bonus stats. +10 skill whilst gathering Hock'n'Bloom. There's no need for it. You're going to be skill capped way before you get to put 40 points in here. Way before you put 40 points in here will you be skill capped. You realistically, to guarantee yourself quality 3 herbs on the regular. Oh, I don't know how I feel about all of this. Anything known about how you can plant those seeds for herbalism yet? My weekly beta question. You can plant them and then a thing pops out and you loot it and it gives you a few herbs. It's really not anything special. The only thing I can tell you is that the dirt piles to plant the seeds in are far too rare. I'm hoping that they've upped them. Okay. So it seems very well. I guess let's go and just gather some herbs and stuff and have a little bit of a looky because I'm quite convinced that those difficulties are too easy. Yoink. Draconium ore, tall strider sinew, dragonale supplies. For, I tell you what, there is they're cashing in on these dragon riding appearances all over the place. If you don't care about transmogging your... if you don't care about transmogging your dragon, your rewards are few and far between. Has anybody tested if more than one player can herb a planted seed? A seed raid's going to be a thing again. They could be. It would make sense if there's like group loot attached to them. That would make them more lucrative and more interesting. But no, I haven't tested. Aiding the Accord, a feast for all. Hang on, what's this? Hang on. I know I'm getting monstrously distracted by things, but... well, there isn't a quest available. You lie. Alright, one thing at a time. Let's go do a bit of gathering real quick then. Let's go over to a zone where I know where a lot of herbs and stuff are because I've already tracked them. And let's see if my tracking of nodes is still semi-accurate. Surprisingly few world quests on my map, actually. Maybe that's because I've done them. And hovering over them doesn't seem to give me information about them anymore. Oh, it sometimes does. Okay. The 2 weekly dungeon quests for 250 rep are a thing again. Yeah, I spotted those. They're chilling in a building somewhere in Valdrakken. I'm steering clear of dungeons as much as I can, though. I'm not getting any rank 3s, but I don't have knowledge in the Bountiful Harvest Tree. Well, that's to be expected, right? Because you don't guarantee yourself quality 3 until you match the recipe difficulty. Oh, what was that arrow there? Why is there a big up arrow? Oh, that's to give you indication of the ferry to move you up. Okay. Tyrivite deposit. Whoa, 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 whoa. So now, in theory, let's just sanity check what we would expect to get from this. Tyrivite ore. A Tyrivite deposit has a skill of 115 required to max it out. So we should realistically be getting quality 2 Tyrivite. Still only quality 1. Okay. I hope it's such that... This was one thing I thought of very early on. I hope it's such that even if you match the difficulty, it's not a guarantee. It just gives you the ability to. You know, if you can match the recipe difficulty, I'm calling it recipe difficulty, but you know what I mean. Once you can match this reagent difficulty, determines how much skill is required to start gathering the primary reagent found here at its highest quality. Okay, so it may be that you just have to get here before you'll even see quality 3. And just getting there will mean that you will be able to find quality 3, but you're still going to get quality 2 and quality 1 most of the time. If it's that way, it makes a lot more sense. And it's dead. Good start. Excellent. They used to exist in Legion. People went ham on them for a while, but I think people are more degenerate these days, so it'd have to have more of an impact if they were a thing again. Seed raids were cool. Seed raids were cool, especially what were they? Not was it called? No shit. What was the herb called? What was the rare one called in Legion? I want to say Nightshade, but I don't think it is. Why am I back here again? Servers are clearly having some problems. Oh, Fellwort, that's the one. Yeah, doing the big seed raids was quite fun. Oh, there we go. So there's our first iridescent ore fragment. Studying will increase your Dragon Isle's mining knowledge by 1. So that, theoretically... No, not a fishing raft. Wrong button. So that then, in theory, you may discover 5 more samples this week. So this number's gone down by 1 now. So there's your indicator. There's your easy way of tracking just how many knowledge points you can obtain. So that really does put quite a strict cap on herbalism and mining. Let's look at it this way then. That's going to be if these things only give you 1 per, that's 6 a week. 6 of these a week plus your weekly quest. 6, 7, 9 9 knowledge points a week. That's not a lot, unless there's any other ways to get things. There's the one-time quests using these things, where have they gone? The Dragon Shards of Knowledge. There's one-time quests of those, which will be... Are these still going to be 25 Artisan's Metal and 1 knowledge point, do we think? What else could there be? Oh, the once you have 200 Artisan's Metal, you gain 15. Which is that's the equivalent of almost 2 weeks of hard work. They could really deliberately be slowing down the pace of gathering. So actually, thinking about it, where I'm in a position right now, such that I've got 25 points in here, what could you feasibly do in week 1 then for herbalism and mining? You've got plus 15 by turning in 100 Artisan's Metal. So you got 15 plus 6, 21 by actually gathering, then plus 4, 25. You're realistically looking at 25 knowledge in the first week. Isn't it plus 10 for 100? No, 15. You're looking at 25... So 15 plus 4, 19, plus 6, 25. Plus your weekly, actually, which is plus 3, 20. So probably 30-ish, which makes sense, right? Because that's on par. That's similar to what you should be able to expect to get from first-time crafts in a profession. Okay, okay. But that still means that you should be getting access to quality 2, but probably not very frequently. No access to quality 3 materials. But in week 2, people should start being able to get quality 3 materials. Okay. Got my last Iridescent Ore for the week, and it was an epic one that gave 3 knowledge. Same with Herbalism, the last one gave 3 knowledge. Oh, is it going to be like that? Are they going to... Oh, okay, are they even predetermined in that regard? That could be an interesting twist. So, okay, that would be... You can gain 6 per week. 5 of them are normal. 5, 6, 7, 8. So you'd get 8 instead of 6 overall. Okay, yeah, I got 3 Dragon Isles artifacts from that. That makes a little bit more sense, considering they've dropped the reputation gains from them. Draconium deposit is not giving me any skill ups, though. You receive currency. What? Some artisan's metal has coalesced from your new knowledge. You receive 5 artisan's metal. Is that because that was the first time since reset I've looted a... Okay, that's probably just a bit weird that I gained a knowledge point from that. It's probably just because it's the first time since they've updated the system that I've tapped a draconium ore. There's my second iridescent ore fragment. God, these dudes don't mess about. What's going on with these? Did they change the rep level requirement for the factions? Yesterday I was very close to level 5 with the Tuskars. Now I'm miles behind. Yeah, it used to be 1,000 reputation per renown level. Now it's 2,500. It's a big increase. Like I said, that the hope here... Oh, they've also marked the rock walls on the map as well. The hope here is that they've increased rep gains across the board because of it, but oh, well, there's nothing in here. Sure. Do you think there's enough vigor for mining? I find I run out a little bit. Depends how you're doing it. I mean, if you're short on vigor, you're sensible. Like, there's this weird. You kind of almost don't necessarily want to collect every single node. In terms of, you might actively choose to skip a node because you're short on vigor. Like, vigor management is going to be quite important. And just becoming better at dragon riding. This is why gathering is going to be a little bit more flexible. Not only have you got all of the complexities of... you've got all of the complexities of having the specialization trees and all that sort of stuff in place, but just the fact that you don't have proper flying is going to mean that those that are good at dragon riding and can manage their vigor more effectively will probably have better, gold per hour results. Let's go see if we can find a molten node or something to overload on. How we doing, Stro? Welcome in. Good to see you this morning. Hold up? What's the hold up? Is it the fact that I'm out there mining? Is the fact that Manthius of all people is gathering? Oh! Oh! Ignore this. This doesn't matter. This is just Dragonel supplies. The big ooh is, I think, my fishing net's there. My fishing net might be on the map, Hey! They fixed my fishing net, look. And it's full. And it's full. Ha ha! Ha ha! Scale belly mackerel, dragonel supplies, and some greys. 7 fishy fishes. Plant the net again. And it didn't burn up in the lava. 10 hours remaining. Let's see if it, if anything happens, if anything works. What's this one? Blocked net spot. Probably because I don't have lava fishing unlocked yet. And at this pace, probably never will. Okay, well that's cool. I was kind of a bit frustrated and a bit concerned that my character might be completely balked, but it's nice to see that that at least was fixed. Now, somewhere around here, there's a molten draconium node. There it is. Look, I can see it on fire. I'll go get that in a minute. This puppy dog. Let's overload on this thing. Overload elemental deposit. I gained Artisan's Metal and Dragonal's mining knowledge for that. So it seems to be that the first time you engage with a type of node, you're going to get your knowledge and your metal as well. That, weirdly though, is going to mean that herbalists are probably going to get access to a lot more Artisan's Metal quickly. Because there's a lot more variety of nodes, right? Than mining. In theory. I really shouldn't have pulled the entire world here. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. I didn't mean to do this. Well, they don't necessarily have the same amount because you've got Tuavite and you've got Tuavite and you've got Draconium. Whereas you've got 4 different types of herb. So there's theoretically twice as many different types of nodes. Draconium Ore, quality 3, Rousing Fire, times 10. Rousing Fire and Draconium Ore, quality 2. Did we get a skill point, though? That should have... Yeah, there we go. That increased our mining to 65 as well. So your seemingly only access to quality 3 stuff in the first week is going to be by overloading special nodes. But that quality 3 ore is not going to be achievable by anybody else, by any other method. Short term, at least. Which I think is quite cool. Makes sense. This is annoying me now, you know. This is really annoying me. It's annoying me that I feel that gathering's actually fun. I can't believe those words have fell out of my mouth. I feel dirty. I need to go wash my mouth out with salt water. But, I shit you not, gathering's going to be very lucrative at the beginning. Okay, I don't need to mess about in this sort of area because too much danger's going on over there. There's a node in a cave. Or there's a node in something somewhere. Where's the thing? It's a draconium one and all. It means I'm interested. So a cave entrance around here somewhere? Oh, no. Oops. Don't die. Do you think that the Drakthir Wraith shawl that gives you extra herbs and ore is decent? I've not tested it, but perception is... perception I don't think has that much of an effect, if I'm honest. I annoyingly don't have any bit of... Oh, I've got gear that's got perception on it. Why is it not showing what my perception does? Here we go.
According to world population studies, approximately 108 billion people have lived on this planet. Assuming that the average lifespan of all these people was 25, there has been around 2.7 trillion years of life. If we multiply this by the number of days in a year...
I didn't disable it. She was like, fuck this business. You're chatting shit, son. I did. Hey, thanks for the prime gaming though, my man. Appreciate it. She got bored. She got bored quicker than we did. That was funny. That was actually more funny than the TTS. Thanks for that. Manthius, I want you to listen to me carefully. I want you to concentrate on your life choices right now. End stream, talk to the wife, eat some lunch and contemplate. Yeah, I think I need to. I think I need to. Perception's going to be fat. People just don't realize it yet. The dude has 2.9% chance without even knowing that he had it. Imagine what people who will build specially for it. Increases your ability to spot rare reagents whilst gathering. It's the difference is just how effective is it actually going to be. It's still a little bit sort of little bit undecided to what this actually even means. What is the reality of this boost of 3%? If it's going to be if it does push your... Okay, I'm going to need to make the assumption that you guys know how loot tables and loot rolls work a little bit here. But if perception is going to bump up your default roll by a certain number, which will then push you into higher thresholds of quality, then it's actually going to play a big part. But it depends exactly how it works behind the scenes. There's me third fragment for the week. We're getting these quite quickly, you know. It's probably deliberately so. But you might not necessarily need to do much more than an hour or so of farming to cap out your... Oh, hang on. This is downstairs, not upstairs. To cap out your knowledge for the week with gathering. Which is good. I don't want gathering to become a slog. I don't want you to have to do 5 hours of gathering a week just to keep up to speed with it. If you want to dip in and do an hour's worth of farming, then that should be enough to get your weekly activities done. If you want to do more, you make more gold, you have more stuff to sell, but you're not gaining a monstrous advantage over everybody else by spending 12 hours a week farming. Which I think would be a happy compromise. I get that putting in more effort should reward you with more, but it should also have an upper threshold to it. Where's this draconium node? Oh, it's there. What? Oh, this Titan Touch Saxifrage. That's not showing on my minimap. Let me pew this dude before we get too far. You think it's not going to be that great? Going to be fun seeing you stack it in 3 months' time? Hey, I might do. Like I said, I'm not saying I'm not. Your opinions here seem to be very negative, my friend. We'll do an overload on this because it's the Titan touched ones that are also meant to give you what they call the Awakened Order. Awakened Order could be a big thing. I've managed to pull half the map here, haven't I? That was a silly move. The Titan Touch one, yeah, it gives you the portal, which you can jump through, and it'll take you to somewhere else. Looting the node in the first place, though, just without overloading it, should also give you Rousing Order as well, I believe. Right, let's grab this first, because this is likely to port me somewhere that is not here. Yoink. Still quality 1 draconium. Yet to have a quality 2 one. So they might not have adjusted the loot tables yet. We'll see. Before I loot it, we overload it. We overload it, then we loot it, then we portal it. Couple of Rousing Order, look. If we go through here now, it's going to portal us somewhere. Hopefully outside the cave. Hey, that's convenient. And it ported us to a Titan Touched Wraithbark. From one Titan Touch to another one. Nice. And I know it's hidden behind my camera right now, but tapping each of these has been giving us Artisan's Metal and knowledge points as well, because it's the first time that we've tapped that type of node. But this is where I feel that if you look at the difference between herbalism, where you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variations of Hock and Bloom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variations of bubble poppy, presumably the same for all of them. 7, 14, 21, 28. 28 different variations of herbs, which if you get a first time craft bonus, it doesn't show the first time craft bonuses now. But we've been getting a first time craft bonus each time we tap something new. So in theory, 28 knowledge points just by flying around, you know, tapping everything for the first time. And then presumably overloading them might give you one as well. So 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Potentially 33 knowledge points you can gain just by going and doing some herbing. Let's compare that 33 to mining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Although seams don't seem to be a thing. 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So yeah, far less default knowledge points by mining. Which might put you... I mean, it puts you, you know, it's still fair between miners. It's just a bit strange that you're going to get more knowledge points through herbalism than you would through mining to begin with. It seems that the Titan Touch nodes are far less common than they were earlier, or that there's a lot of people out there testing. There's lots of people actually that have been waiting for them to fix gathering. With it being broken last week and huge waves of invites going out for the beta, it's kind of left people, you know, twiddling their thumbs waiting to test this. So I wouldn't be too surprised if there is just more people out here testing. It might be time, you know. It might be time with these changes being implemented to bring the druid in. To get the druid in, I'm tempted to see just what the scenario is like, trying to level with herbalism and mining, because it's clearly going to be possible, right? If you can gain experience from the nodes, you can probably math it out quite quickly just how long it would take. It's probably going to be a thing. Is it just me or was normal flight speed increased? Dragon riding had a maximum of 830% speed, I think. Previously. Or the last time I checked, anyway. I can have a look in a minute. We can zoom at max speed and see what happens. Does anybody know if I mean, I could easily just check this myself, to be honest, but is Gathermate been updated yet? I mean, I have my own little add-on that is tracking things on the map for me, but it'd be nice if I could have Gathermate, because Gathermate allows me to export the data as well. So here we go, Titan Touch Terabyte. I should get arousing. No, we're not getting aroused. You should get rousing order from this just by mining it, I think. Yes. Yeah, there we go. The other ones, you tend to need to actually overload on them to get the rousings. There's a rock wall here. These are a cool little addition, you know. Sometimes there's treasures behind these. This one's a whole cave, look. Saxifrage in here. It's not tracking herbs on my map, actually. Can we... Oh, haha! That would be why it's not tracking herbs. It won't let me turn it back on. It won't let me turn any of these on. Alright, let's do a reload. Didn't like that, did it? Where do I unlock the world quests? I think they unlock automatically once you complete the campaign. Which obviously is 10 hours of work if you haven't done it previously. Which is a bit gross. If they want people to test things, they should give people level 70. Whoa, we start all the way back over here. Okay, fine. Right, I've turned tracking on. You can all see we've turned tracking on. I'm going to do a reload just to hopefully save the fact that I've turned it on. Now let's see if we spot herbs on the minimap. Do you have to open world quests separately on every alt? Once you've done it once, that should be good. That should be all you need. Okay, there's a herb down here. Okay, so we get a little herb icon on the map. Let me pew this dude real quick. Hang on. So we got little like... Oh dear. Oh dear. It's not very stable today, is it? Oh dear. I really don't want the game to be crashing every 5 minutes today. Sold most of my thin jelly for a profit. The 100k I bought. You bought 100k thin jelly? Oh, we're back here again. Okay, yeah, the game really doesn't like me doing what I'm doing at the moment, does it? And it's not saved the fact I turned herbs on. Turning herbs on seems to be not doing any good things for me. Abyssal fragments all stole for profit as well. Nice. Those are... from before the end of BFA, I had quite a few of those. I've still got a fair few of those. I've still got like 60 abyssal fragments or something on an alt that I really should just sell. Right, where's this herb then? Which one is it? Lush Hockenbloom. Are we going to get knowledge from this? We did. Knowledge point, 5 artisans metal. I wonder if we can, like, we can probably get a weak ore or something for this, can't we? To ease it. Although, theoretically, if everything goes to plan, in-game you should be able to track which ones you've claimed the first... claimed the bonus from, which ones you haven't. 4 rousing order that time. Let's test max flying speed just real quickly. We were asking about that a minute ago. Let me get some momentum going. 830 is still the maximum speed by the looks of things. It feels about the same to me. Doesn't feel too different. What do you think would be the better plan on release? A quick to level 70 and do your shuffle, or get dragon riding, get all the glyphs, then do double gathering whilst everybody else levels? It doesn't really make a lot of difference. I'm going to probably want to get my first character to 70 pretty quickly. I want to unlock world quests. I want to unlock the alt leveling path. I certainly don't want to even touch an alt until I've at least got the first character to 70. What I do on the way to 70 though, I'm not entirely sure. There's a... Yeah, what I do on the way to 70, I'm not sure. I'll probably stop off and grab all of the dragon riding stuff. That will be quite a high priority because, my lord, getting around with like only 3 vigor and a terribly low recharge rate is such a handicap. It's not even funny. And it's probably only, for a regular person, an hour's worth, an hour and a half of effort to go and get all of the dragon riding knowledge points to get yourself speedies. So you might as well do it, because once it's done, it's done. Once I've got all the dragon riding stuff, it'll probably be a power to level 70. And as and when we're doing it, keeping an eye on materials and buying up some cheap materials so that we have, I say cheap, we'll be buying up some materials as we do it. Maybe playing the auction house at the same time on the second account, because why not? Yeah, and once we've got that first character to 70, then maybe, I don't know, maybe do some, I don't know. I've not thought about it that much. I'm making this up on the spot right now, to be honest. Going double gathering, there's a rich soil actually, by the way. Going double gathering is probably a sensible thing if you're not too attached to your professions. But I am very attached to my professions, so I won't be. This is one of the rich soil piles, by the way. This is where you can plant your seed in it. Plant the seed in a patch of... Hang on, let's move this so it's a bit easier to see. Plant the seed in a patch of rich soil on the Dragon Isles. Rich soil can sometimes be found in areas directly associated with dragonflights. What grows? Who knows? Who else is on the beta? Can I get a group together? Can we put a little group together of people who's on the beta and track it on the map? That's also an incredibly good idea. Alt right click. What are these dirt piles called? Rich soil. Rich soil. I don't know. Let's just give it we'll just give it this tag. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Never seen the rich soil locations, but I'm not a herbalist. Is anybody on the beta right now? Can we get a few people together to see if like I can plant this and everybody can loot it? If you're on the beta, I'd appreciate your assistance for 2 minutes just to see if in a group we can use these. My first daily for mining got me a level 2 ore. That's quite good. I wonder if it could be a play to go double gathering whilst leveling, keeping the artisan's metal and then switching to crafting professions and then using that metal for them. Well, it's already kind of it's already kind of being theorized that shuffling through some professions to gain access to more artisan's metal in the early days is not a terrible idea. Aha. Faction difficulties. I see. Faction difficulties. Coronos is the server that we're on. It's interesting that these rich soils didn't have their own icon and were not trackable on the map. Kind of like treasures, you just have to know where they are. What happens with the profession trees if you switch back and forth? Do they stay like they were before? Yes. Yes. There's no resetting, unfortunately, of the spec trees in any way so far. Yeah, I'm unfortunately a Filthy Alliance character at the moment, which probably doesn't help situations. I can't even right-click and invite you because it's not instance content. That only works in instances. I don't know how you meant to put the group together before that, but if I remember right, I'll plant something here, and it should spawn something else. If it spawns something and everybody can tag it. Can you now loot that? Everybody seems to be able to loot it. And I got 5 artisans metal for looting it. And I got a bunch of bubble poppies. So that does potentially mean, but it then disappears after. So seed raids are not really quite the same, but it's it's a thing at least, you know. If one is put down, you can come and loot it from somebody else. Oh, I've run out of shovels apparently as well. Okay. Well, that's sort of fixed an answer. It's got the same loot tagging rules as everything else by the looks of things. You can group without being in an instance. I did it in Northrend the other day with a friend on Horde on another realm. Maybe you have to do it through Battle.net or something. I don't know. I wasn't. Hornstrider Lasso? What are you? Lasso Hornstrider, allowing you to temporarily ride the creature. Alright, fine. Why? Alright, sure. If there's a big place where there's a lot of that soil, it would be fine, but I haven't found any so far. Yeah, if there's like a cluster of dirt piles all in a bunch, then it might be worth, but yeah, you're right. It's there would need to be a big cluster of them. Where's that? Where's that herb? It's up here somewhere. See, as it stands currently, with herbalism, I'm practically getting quality 2 every time. And that sort of makes sense, because if you look at what we've got here, we're 10 points behind being able to get quality 3. Even when we do match this, though, we will still need... We will still only presumably have a very, very small chance of getting a quality 3. I do, though, have 14 points to spend, meaning that we could put 10 in here to unlock the ability to get more of this. I'm wondering if it's kind of I'm just trying to kind of plan out the first couple of weeks of that. Maybe it's worthwhile. I already know, let me put it this way, let me start at the beginning. I already know that mastering the elements is probably going to be the sensible way to go. Of all of the spec trees for herbalism, the one that makes most sense to focus on first is mastering the elements. Why? Because it gives you the rousing, fire, air, all of that sort of stuff in far more greater quantities. Learn how, for starters, it teaches you how to overload the herbs, which is a key component to getting those rousing essences in the first place. And the more points you put into it, the better you get at dealing with these elementally charged herbs. And once again, apparently the game doesn't like me explaining these things. But yeah, mastering the elements and getting access to more of this rousing fire, rousing air, rousing earth, all of that sort of stuff is mostly because everybody is going to need rousings to turn them into awakens in silly quantities, especially if Dark Moon cards have got anything to do with it. Dark Moon cards are likely to put a massive draw, a massive pull. The irony being is that pile's back again, look. They're going to put a massive pull on the supply of those. Oh, hang on. I should probably cancel this off, shouldn't I? Delist. So, my assumption is that in the early days, getting more herbs and getting higher quality herbs is less important. Getting access to essences is where you're likely to make the money and the thing that you'll actually be hunting down as a herbalist more so than anything else to begin with. It's weird, I know, that your main focus isn't herbs with herbalism, but I didn't make the game. But I think focusing on putting points in here is going to be crucial, because every time you put enough points into here to open a sub-spec, so for Windswept, for example, when you unlock it, your knowledge of Windswept herbs allows you to properly prepare, reducing the amount that they push you back. So straight away, it's just easier to deal with the herbs. Then you get more skill and more perception and more finesse, more stats towards picking these up. The amount of overload cooldown refunded is reduced. They also give you the bonuses. Decayed has a buff, which you are going to be really interested in as well. It's a good thing I'm not trying to record a video, isn't it? Do you eventually get enough points to complete all 3 of those tabs? I mean, you will do eventually, but there is a weekly limit to how much knowledge you can acquire. So you get front loaded a lot of knowledge points we've started back here again. You get front loaded a lot of knowledge points to begin with because there's lots of first time bonuses. But once you are past the first time bonuses, there's maybe only, what did we work it out to be? 6 plus 2 is 8, plus 3 from the weekly, 11. There's maybe only 10 to 12 knowledge points you can gain a week. So to max out these trees is going to take you a while, a fair while. You could probably calculate the exact number of weeks it would take you to max everything if you did everything every week. I mean, you got what, 35 points here, 30 points. You could do the maths, you could add all of these up and work out how long it would take you to max everything, but you can't just grind it, let's put it that way. Haven't used the WoW tokens before. If you buy one for in-game gold, how much Battle.net balance do you get? I get 13 euros for every token. I don't know what it would work in your, pounds, dollars, and euros. It's all slightly different. I think it's £12. Is it only 10 per token? Really? Ouch. Hashtag Brexit. Wow, that gave me like 1 saxifrage herb. That's really underwhelming. Maybe I just wait till it disconnects me again and I can do it again. Shouldn't take long based on past history. The cost of putting your knowledge points into the wrong place are really high in the first month. Yeah. Yeah. This is probably why well, yeah. Yeah, there's no way around that other than yes. Because there's no undo button. That is then this is the problem, right? The only reason the system only works if people do put points in different places though. Because there only becomes a right answer if enough people do something else, right? Which technically means there's never one right answer. This is like when people ask, well, what's the best way to make gold? The best way to make gold is to do the thing that everybody else is not doing. And that's going to be the same with the spec trees. If everybody specs into the same thing and goes the exact same path, then it will be bad for everybody because it will be oversupplied, oversaturated. So this is why, and I was quite careful with this yesterday when I started my little mini-series on YouTube about this, is that I don't particularly want to like rank the specs or the profession builds, because I don't want to necessarily be promoting that one is better than another. I would rather deliver the information and let people choose which one they prefer to do. Because of that reason. If everybody puts their knowledge points in the exact same place, I'm willing to talk a little bit more openly and freely on stream about what might be better than something else. But that's because it's, live content like this is a little bit different. You put something in video form and it's got the ability to be seen by a lot more people, and B will be referenced upon, and that's like it's why you get a talent build pops up on Icy Veins and then all of a sudden everybody does it, not because they because they just trust it's the best. I will obviously talk about the specs and which ones work well, but there's common logic to both. My suggestion or my opinion on herbalism is that, at least to begin with, you are quite well optimized by going through mastering of the elements. The demand for the elements is going to be probably higher than that will be of the herbs. But 2 weeks later, that could completely switch. When the herb market completely flips on its head because everybody starts crafting potions like a crazy person for the raid, then you might find that actually having put more points in Bountiful Harvest might be the long game, right? You put points in here to begin with. Now all of a sudden you're getting higher quality herbs. You're able to sell them for more. There's more of a demand for herbs. This is the fun thing of the professions now. There isn't a right answer. And if everybody does the same thing, then it becomes the wrong answer, which is quite cool, which is what I quite like. And eventually everybody will get back to the same point, but it's about optimizing your path to get there, and matching your playstyle as well. That's a key thing. If you're, go into the commodity markets if you want to camp the auction house, and I mean camp the auction house. If you want to be selling potions and flasks and stuff, you are going to need to live in the auction house. Far less so if you're doing crafting of gear, because the auction house doesn't matter anymore. It's probably all going to be work orders. There's going to be a different way of playing the game, right? You need to make a video about this point. The irony, right? I need to make a video about, how to not do the same as everything else. It's I mean, I touched on this a little bit yesterday. It basically feels like herbalism. There's now 3 different ways you could play herbalism. At least 3 different ways, right? You could play herbalism, you could play the Bountiful Harvest, you could go the quantity route. You could go the quantity of herbs route, and you put points into bountiful harvests, and you just max out this as fast as you can, and you focus on getting higher quality herbs, and you focus on getting more of them. Your alternative is you care less about the herbs, but you're more interested in going from elemental node to elemental node, harvesting as many elementals as you can. And you go that way instead. But because you've chosen to go in one direction, you're doing that at the expense of the other. And then botany is just weird and it sits in the middle. Study effective gathering methods and techniques for the plants, gaining finesse when gathering. You gain, what do you get? Deafness, deafness, sub-spec, perception, finesse, sub-spec, deafness. Your knowledge of botany helps you locate the rarities that would sometimes go unnoticed, gaining plus 10 perception whilst gathering herbs. Yeah, I really need to try and figure out what this perception is and just how important it's going to be. Learn to use your tools on plant-like creatures, gaining the ability to get useful herbs and items from them. See, the botany might be the route to go if you're... Let's look at it from the perspective of your 2x4 farming, where you're often just standing in one location or in one area, killing lots of mobs. If those mobs happen to allow you to use your tools on them to gain herbs from them, this might be the route to go if you're more into like 2x4ming, or if you've paired up skinning, for example, with herbalism, a profession where you end up killing a lot of creatures, and if you can also utilize your herbalism to gain herbs from those creatures as well, then it's a nice synergy, then it's a nice bonus. So you can kind of see how you can spec in different directions to build up a different herbalism profession almost. I like the sound of the crafting orders more and more. There's someone on my server who just cancel scans all day and has frozen everybody out of the tailoring market. Nobody can get a sale because if you want to do anything else, you don't get sales. It's, I don't think the crafting orders solve that problem. They just move the problem somewhere else. Yeah, it just moves the problem. It doesn't fix it, it just moves it. I feel personally attacked. I think we know who it is. Because there's the suspicions that with the crafting orders is that the most lucrative crafting orders will not stay on the auction, on the crafting order thing for very long, right? If somebody out of nowhere puts up a 20,000 gold tip to craft a piece of gear, that order is going to get snapped up real fast. And those orders will get snapped up really fast. Super, super fast. If you're not there when that order gets put in, you don't get it. Somebody else has got it, right? Somebody else has taken advantage of that order. Which still kind of means that if you're really trying to actually make gold from crafting orders, you are likely going to be sat there waiting for that good order to come through. It's not really any different to cancel scanning, other than you're waiting for, instead of cancelling and relisting your auctions and waiting for that sale, you're waiting for the order that you can claim to then get. It's basically the same thing. It's not going to reduce the necessity for you to camp the auction house anymore. If you only, if you only want to go and look at the work orders once or twice a day, you're going to only have the scraps available. You're still only going to have the scraps that nobody else wanted anyway. Because there's also this assumption with the crafting orders that there will be 20,000 times more orders than anybody can ever fulfill, which is also complete garbage. There's always been significantly greater supply than there has of demand for every crafted item ever. That's not going to magically change all of a sudden. Which, like I said, means that the good work orders The ones that have reasonable tips on them, the ones that people will want to complete to make gold from, will just get snapped up. And if you're not there when it gets posted, you miss it. If you want to just log in once or twice a day to fulfill a few work orders, you'll have all the shitty ones that nobody else wanted to begin with. And by that same perspective, that is like posting all of your auctions on the auction house and then being instantly undercut and not selling anything. You know, it's practically the same thing. Mega nerf to the auction house mount? No, the auction house is still a thing. The auction house will just be the commodity market. That's practically what the auction house will then become. There's a few bits of gear that you craft and sell, sure. The PvP sets, maybe, the basic leveling gear, whatever. But the majority of crafting is going to take place in the work order system, unfortunately. But yeah, this is why I say that the work order system doesn't fix anything. It just moves the problem somewhere else. But all of this is just hypothetical until we actually see it in action. I just can't see how Blizzard could possibly get it right. I can't even dream up a scenario where it works well, which is my biggest concern. Every type of implementation they have of the work order system is still going to have massive drawbacks and massive pain points to it, just by its fundamentals, right? That it's simply a system that is slow, it's inconvenient, it's going to be complicated. They need to make it simple to use, make it fast. But these are all restrictions that take away from the reason of having it in the first place. And the point of having a customized order system for a piece of gear is really good, but it shouldn't be the only system. You can't force people to use a lesser convenient system than one we already have. But yeah, I end up going on about the work order system a lot. We really just need to see. We need to see the damn thing. I really want to see the damn thing, because until we can actually see it, it's just frustrating me. I've got 14 points though. I'm questioning where I can put my. In fact, do I actually have any more bonus points on me? These are the mining ones. Let's learn these real quick. I need to continue doing some herbalism and mining, but I should learn these while I'm here. There we go, 17 knowledge points now. I don't know if there's any more sneaky in here somewhere, but what I probably want to do then, especially for the purpose of testing, is actually put 10 points somewhere that's going to get me to... In fact, no, technically my skill is already above that to be able to get quality 3. Yeah, I don't know if I have been. I need to empty my bags of materials, actually. I need to go put everything in the bank, because then I can far easily see what we're looting. Okay, I need 10 more points, actually, at least, to start being able to get quality 3. Bubble Poppy, Saxifrage, Wraith Bark, and what's the other one? Oh no, they are the 3. Hockenbloom's the basic one, which we can already technically get quality 3, although I haven't yet. Do I want to put another, maybe then 10 points in this to unlock this last node? I'm not going to put any points in it, but then I can put the 7 points somewhere else. That will give me the plus... You gain 1 skill point per point in this anyway, so that will be the 10 skill points I need to hit the 140 number here. Yeah, that makes sense. So we put some points in there. That now means that we should... Yeah, now we've hit the threshold. We should now, albeit not very frequently, but we should now be able to loot quality 3 herbs. What I'm really interested to find out is is it going to be a case that the further past this number you get, does this increase your base chance of getting these top quality materials? Is it like a sliding scale? When the dice roll happens behind the scenes, is it a sliding scale that so the more you overpower, the more you go above the default difficulty, the greater your percentage chance becomes of getting those higher ones. So just hitting it just unlocks the ability for you to get them, which seems to be the case based on how it's worded here. Because it states determining how much skill is required to start gathering. Not to gather, it's to start gathering the primary reagent found here at the highest quality. So this is like your barrier to entry to being able to loot quality 3. But I would guess the more you push past this, it will increase your chance of getting quality 3. Which I think is quite a tidy way of doing it, to be honest. So your goal probably is to do something similar to what I've done here. You want to first, get enough points in here to unlock all of these. In doing that, in fact, this could be really well balanced, thinking about it. You now have the ability, with 35 points in here, to have enough skill to just about, where possible, get all of the herbs at their quality 3, albeit not very frequently. But you also then have now unlocked the ability to just gather more of these specific herbs, and all of them. Now you can start saying, right, we're going to push in one or more of these. Is every point you get in here? Yeah. Now you're looking at spending direct skill points specifically on certain herbs. So if there's one herb that is just clearly more valuable than the others, you might want to start then prioritizing your points there. Coming together nicely. Do I need a Snickers? I am starting to get hungry, I'm not gonna lie. What time is it? It's lunchtime soon, I think. Do I want to now... Putting points into just straight up gaining secondary stats seems like a bait. Unless something in these is really lucrative. Cultivation. Your new knowledge of cultivation techniques allows you to gather seeds more often than before whilst gathering herbs. Now, they may have changed the rate in which you get the seeds, but I've never had an issue with not having seeds. The issue for me, at least, has always been the fact that it's more of a challenge to even find the dirt piles to plant the seeds in. But Handy Notes will fix that once the game is live. Let's not forget. We'll have a, follow this route to find as many dirt piles as possible. This is a beta problem right now, a problem that probably will be easily fixed by an add-on within minutes. But getting more seeds directly translates to more herbs. But it's at a significantly lower rate, I would imagine, than just getting more herbs. So I still don't think this is particularly valuable. Not to begin with, anyway. When you've got more knowledge points than you know what to do with, obviously fill it out, but... You're now able to retrieve propagating seeds, sometimes whilst gathering herbs. What the hell is a propagating seed? Well, okay, now we just have more questions, don't we? Do we have something like this skill points in skinning? Yes. Yes. And do I have nodes on my minimap again? Yes, but they're incredibly buggy. The tracking of them is a bit hit or miss. Sometimes you have to turn the tracking on and off and on and off and on and off until they work. There's something seriously wrong with them still, but you can get them to work. You're now able to retrieve decayed seeds. Do decayed seeds then provide decayed herbs? Because decayed herbs are the ones you need to gain the buff. There's a buff that decayed herbs give you, which I can't remember what it is. But the decayed ones are meant to be. Become empowered by present decay magic. Your overload elemental herb spell recharges at 400% the normal rate. Yeah. This is where you would want to pair this then. You'd want to maybe pick up decay. This means you can guarantee every time you start a lap of herbalism, you can start off at a soil node, you can plant a decayed seed, and it's kind of like giving yourself a buff. You can't buy a potion to give yourself a buff, but it's more predetermined than having to randomly find a decayed node somewhere on your minimap. Clever. You're now able to receive agitated seeds. We need to work out what all these seeds are then. I've only found roused seeds. But I guess there's more to this. Your advanced knowledge of cultivation has owned you, allowing you to find seeds more often than before whilst gathering herbs. Okay. So there's a few interesting things en route for this. Bit difficult to test this on the test realms, considering the obvious limitations of knowledge, but I guess we'll find out. Well, we probably won't even find out once the game goes live, because you're still going to have the limiting factor of knowledge here. Maybe they'll give us the ability to max these out and test them properly at some point. Because, yeah, you have to unlock this before the decayed herbs give you that buff, right? So you've got to put a bunch of points in here, enough to unlock a sub-spec. So I'd need to put 10 more points in here to unlock this. Specialise in decayed herbs, gaining +1 skill point in the spec whilst gathering them. On unlocking this specialisation, your knowledge of decayed herbs allows you to properly prepare, reducing the negative effects you suffered whilst afflicted with decay. Oh, so you don't even maybe you get the buff by default, but it comes with a debuff at the same time. When affected by decay, dealing damage has a chance to apply a damaging affliction to your target that also slows their casting, attack, and movement speeds. Okay, sure. Alright, fine. God, it really grinds my gears how much I'm enjoying gathering again. This is what gathering needed, right? Gathering was so boring. It was just fly your ass around, follow a route, pick up the odd thing here and there, and then sell it. It was so dull. This offers so much more flavour to it, where you can start and sort of choose the direction you go in, and you can, you know, I like it. I like it. Your finesse has a chance to yield you additional bubble poppy. I presume there's a similar node for all of the different ones as well. Out of interest, how do you reply to someone's chat message? I haven't worked that out yet. I mean, I read it, and if it's sensible, I talk about it. I don't really think there's a system. If you're chatting shit in chat, I'm probably going to ignore it. Oh, hang on. I have a sneaky suspicion that wasn't actually the question that you asked, but... I should, yeah, I can't read all of the chat, though. I'd be here all day if I read all of the chat. Oh, what changes haven't I applied? I've still got 7 points. Is it worth me putting 7 points somewhere else? I need 10 points so I can unlock this. I need to put 10 points in here. What will putting 10 points in here do for me? Study the intricacies of awakened elements within the Dragon Isles and their effects on plant life, gaining 1 skill point per point in this spec whilst gathering elementally charged herbs. Alternatively, I could just max this out. Maxing this out will give me the ability to refine quality 3 herbs. Not that I want the ability to refine quality 3 herbs, because I don't think it's worth it in any way, shape or form. Taking 5 of one herb to make 1 of the next one is of 0 value to me. But the 5 skill points I gain, generally across the board, are still worth. I don't know, we'll leave it there for now. I spent 20 minutes and didn't do anything. That was genius, wasn't it? Do we have mining points? We've got 9 mining points. What's going on with these? Why are they now? I now can't even see the third one. I now can't even select the third one because it's flat out off the screen. Spec headers are a touch too wide. Just maybe. It's a new feature. I need a super wide monitor, obviously. 1920 by 1080 is obviously pleb resolution nowadays. You're going to do an Arnold? No, I'm not going to get that far. I give me some credit here. I tend to actually consider that I'm quite on top of chat most of the time. I do try my best. Depends what we're doing in game, though. Where's this mount from? I honestly don't know. The honest answer is I don't know. One beta build turned up, and I somehow just had it. So I have no idea. But it is really quite cool, isn't it? Where's the collections thing? The weird thing is it's not the mount that it claims to be. The renewed Proto Drake is meant. Oh, well, apparently it does look like this. Achievement: Dragon Isles, a new friend. But if you look in, if you go to the area where you can customize the appearance, it's the default red one. So I have no idea how it's got this magical funky skin. I don't know. It's cool though, right? I guess that's one of those welcome to beta life things. Things just get broken and you don't really know why. It might be the raid one. It might be. I don't know. It is quite cool though. It also gives the indication that full-on dragon skins could be a thing. I hope they don't start selling them in the shop though. That's all I will say. I do not want to see full dragon skins for sale in the shop. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Before I get too deep, I was going to go put all of my materials in the bank, wasn't I? Because especially while I'm streaming, I tend to not pay too much attention to what I'm looting. Iridescent ore fragments. Make sure we learn these. My map's getting quite chocker full of herbs though now. Starting to get a good idea of where things are spawning. He says as he absolutely cannot find the herb. There it is. You know they'll put them in the store and they won't make any flying mounts, as nobody will be able to use them in Dragonflight. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't mind the odd microtransaction here and there. I understand that companies have to make money. But I also understand that Blizzard take the piss. They very clearly take the piss. Ooh, a magic bound chest. Oh, we need to go and check whether that chest is in the cave in the other place again. Where was the... It was over here somewhere, wasn't it? Oh, Lord. Who... that was a very niche question. I think there's only probably 3 people that understand what I'm talking about. Mark on the map. What was it called? Magic bound chest. Let's use the money bag icon. Where I think it was in some random ass cave round the corner down here. We found a chest, and I can't remember what that gave us now. It gave us something interesting that I was really intrigued to see if it was a weekly reward or a one-time reward. I think it's because it gave us knowledge. I think that's probably why I was so interested in it. Ah, no, I missed. No! Saved, sort of. If they put full dragon skins on the store, though, I mean, while it really won't surprise me, that rich soil's there again. They seem to respawn quite quick. While it really won't surprise me, I do hope that we don't see full dragon skins on the store. It kind of undermines the entire dragon customization in the first place, which is one of the key things that you're going to be grinding for, if you care, of course. There's a big caveat there, if you even care. The most reputations have, in some way, shape, or form, some unlocks for your dragon appearances. So, oh, these flowering Inferno pods, we can pick these up now. What are Inferno seeds? I couldn't pick these up the other day. Akin to gunpowder, the Inferno pods explode when fully mature, spreading the seeds. The fellas that I can't say gather them when they're just flowering and use them to get their forges and nearby molten temperatures. It's just considered a Dragon Isle supply. Oh, it's boring then. It doesn't do anything other than just give me 3 or 4 Dragon Isle supplies. Well, that's hella boring. Okay, I should have expected it, but fine. There's me thinking I'd stumbled across something interesting. Oh dear, that was tragic. Let's try that again. Can we open them now as a non-herbalist? I couldn't yesterday. Or I couldn't open them as a herbalist even yesterday. So they didn't let me do anything yesterday. So they're at least fixed in some regards. Now, I swear it was a cave or something around here where we spotted... It was in the arse end of nowhere, which is why I tried to pay attention to it. It was in an area that you wouldn't naturally think of going. What's this here? Oh, this is where that quest is. You want me to do something, and I can't remember what it is you want me to do. Yeah, you want me to find 25 dragon skulls, and I can't really work out why. Right. No treasures around here. The treasure with knowledge, I have an icon on the minimap. It was round here somewhere, wasn't it? It was to the west of the Obsidian Citadel somewhere. I vaguely remember. Once again, I really should have marked it on the map, but I just didn't because I'm stupid. Hang on. Wife speaking gibberish again. Unless you finish, then it's not gibberish. I can't find this little cave. I've lost it somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. What this will get, what I can show you actually, if we're over this end, there's a sneaky little party going on around here somewhere. Where was it? Where was it? Here it is. Look, there's a sneaky little party going on. Diving boards and all sorts. Now, one of these fellas had a quest. One of these fellas round here had a quest. Which actually appears to not be there anymore. Do I still have the quest? This was the quest for the... Oh, sugar. This one. Dragon's Day Off. I swear it was around here somewhere. Where you get you get your Spyro pet. Friends of Boris's, a sneaky party. No, not that type of sneaky party, no. Just secluded, not overly sneaky. There doesn't seem to be the NPC that gave me the quest here anymore. Oh, hang on. Instant tent? It's an instant tent. Yeah, that's what it is. It is an instant tent. Does anybody else do anything over it? Hearthstone table. Can we play a game of... You can just flip the Hearthstone table. Fuck this game. I've had enough. Okay. What's the feast? Go on, give us a food buff, you will. No food buff? Just restoring health. Oh! Oh! Snap! Big dragon. Big dragon. There we go. Here's the NPC. Welcome to our little gathering of weary adventurers. What are you doing here? Anything I want. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, this is the Dragon's Day Off. I need to find a Rumslinger's Rum, Riptide Brew, Pop Fizz Punch, Happy Trigger Sour, Slam Bam Swirl, and a Whirlwind Wine. If you pick up all of these, you get your Spyro pet. What I really need to do is work out where they all come from and do a little bit of a guide for this because, you know, it's good YouTube content, isn't it? But that means I've got to work out where everything comes from. What's going on up here? Any of you NPCs? No. There's an eel out of water. Yeah. There's no NPCs here to sell many beverages, unfortunately. But I'm sure the 100% click rate, 100% profit. Yeah, something like that. I don't think there's anybody else too interesting around this neck of the woods. Another rock wall. I'm interested in these. Want to find some goodies behind these. Oh, a rich tyrivite deposit. This should actually give me a skill point. Go on. Yeah, 69 skill points. Giggity. Hey up. Hey up. A rich draconium. Get away. This one's mine. Shoo yourself. Shoo yourself. There's one over here. It's fine. I'll take these. I'll take these two. Double draconium. Casgarite. Quality 1. Draconium quality 1. Draconium quality 1 still. So it appears if this is the pacing for leveling, I don't mind it too much. I would rather have, because herbalism, it's getting worse every time I open it. It's getting worse every time I open it. Leveling herbalism was way too quick and easy. You could just literally practically every single herb was just straight up. Here you go. Here's a skill point. I would much prefer it to be like, you know, you get to 50 and then you need the special ones to grind your way to 100. That makes a lot more sense to me. Mining seems to be in that vein right now. No pun intended. That you can get to like 50 points quite quickly, but from then on it's finding the special nodes, and more importantly, they're going to need to be draconium nodes as well. Probably means by the time you get to like 90, you probably only get skill points by like overloading on a special node sort of thing to really slow down those last 10 points. That's fine. I don't mind that. No issues there. Because leveling herbalism was way too quick. And I think it's the same for skinning. I think skinning should be paced to be the same. People were saying that they were maxing skinning skill in like 10 minutes. Which is not the goal. Right, let me go and sort my bags out a bit. Let me go dump some stuff in the bank so it's easier to check, easier to track what we're getting. Holy smokes. There's 130 people here. Welcome in, boys and girls. How are we doing? Didn't realise. I make it a habit to not particularly look at my viewer count. I'll take 130 viewers. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're enjoying. Alright, sure. Let's try that again. Lord. I count for 10. How wide are you, Jack? My God. They say the camera adds £10. How many cameras are on you? Worldwide. Boom. I've just realised you guys don't even have game sound. Nobody said you don't have game sound. Nobody told me. Do you want game sound? Have some game sounds. Oh my God, is it Mr. Worldwide? What's your overall opinion about the crafting professions and the gear that they provide? I think it's good. I like generally the crafting professions I think are really good. My only concern with anything that they've implemented so far is that the work order system is going to undo a lot of the hard work that they've put into it. That's realistically my only concern. I do not have, and I was keeping my opinions to myself for a little while, but now that we're getting closer and closer to the ultimate launch date of something, whether it be a pre-patch or obviously November 28th, the actual game itself, my opinions of the work order system is not good, and it's concerning that we haven't seen it in practically any form yet. That I worry that the work order system could just undo a lot of it. Can we just go boom, get rid of all reagents? That was a lot of reagents. But crafting and making gear, fine. Like, the better the gear that crafters can make, the better it is for everybody, really. Crafting has always had this ability to act as a nice little catch-up mechanic, a bad luck protection system, if you will. If you go do your raiding and you don't quite get the item of loot that you expected to get, you have another option, right? It might not be a cheap option, but it's still at the very least another option. But the problem is that crafting didn't really necessarily always have gear that people even wanted. It's only in Shadowlands with the legendaries that, you know, people started to come around to the idea of, well, actually, crafted gear could be useful. Now, I'm not saying that we want a repeat of the Shadowlands legendary situation, simply for the fact that without, as much as I profited from the Shadowlands legendaries, it was a bad system. Nobody will look back on it and say, you know what was really good? Shadowlands legendaries. I really loved risking 30 million gold crafting those. Really enjoy. Where are all these pissing materials coming from? I've probably got too much trash in my bags, don't I? Okay. Okay, and that also doesn't work very well, does it? Okay, well, at least materials are out of my bags. But yeah, generally speaking, I think that it's looking good. It's bringing. Somebody was just saying there, crafted gear was super useful in the Burning Crusade. They've had, you know, it's kind of like gone full circle. Professions in the last couple of expansions have been tragic. Shadowlands was really bad. BFA was not exactly brilliant. Legion was, in my opinion, probably the epitome, the top of the scale that crafting professions have ever been. And that's saying something, because they still weren't incredible. Can we sell things to vendors? Oh, the luxuries of selling things to a vendor. Simple things. I never use any of these potions, and they're just taking up all of this space. Go away. I still don't get why they don't make old materials useful in new crafts, like you have to combo different maps from different expansions to craft. It is World of Warcraft, not expansion of Warcraft, yeah. Yeah, if they were to actually utilize more of the content from past, it would keep it a little bit fresher. Blizzard have always had this issue of fragmenting the player base. This is why they've always wanted to push everybody into the same location, to make it feel like it's more hustling and bustling. And why or it's at least the excuse that they've given to why that they don't like people to be out in the old content, because it always feels empty. And it's true. But it's a catch-22 situation. The old world feels empty because there's no reason for anybody to be there. That means that if you do, for some reason, have a reason to go to a past expansion zone, for whatever reason, you're probably the only person in that zone a lot of the time. But technology is now... The tech that Blizzard uses can mean that with sharding and layering and all that sort of stuff, that they can, you know, an old zone, if you nowadays decide that, right, for some reason, you want to go and, I don't know, you want to go into Blade's Edge Mountain, instead of there being 100 different Blade's Edge Mountains, one for every server, they'll just smush them all together and put all of the players in one version of Blade's Edge Mountain, for example. So it can counteract that kind of emptiness feeling. So the tech is there, but I don't understand why they don't use it. It seems such a shame that, you know, every 2 years they just they practically delete all of the hard work that they've done in the previous 2 years. There's barely anything that ever makes it out of one expansion into the next. And that's not just like content. We're not even talking about quests or materials and stuff. Like full systems, they just axe them. Boom, gone. Get it out there. It makes it feel that your expansions are not expansions. They are just straight up new versions of the game. And the old version is just dead. Oh, we only need to gather 7 draconium ore now. Please don't be quality 2 draconium. It's quality 2 draconium, isn't it? It's quality 2 draconium. It's nice they've dropped it down to only 7. But it still doesn't fix the problem that quality 2 materials, especially draconium, is not an easy find. If we look at draconium deposits, we see, this is what we don't know. We don't actually know where the thresholds are for these. We don't know what the threshold is for even being able to find quality 2. We know that you need 155 skill to get quality 3. But at skill 99, do I have enough to even find quality 2? I don't know. I would guess I do. But I don't know. What's this quest here? There's a quest on my map. Oh, this is the dungeon quest, isn't it? No, what are you? Oh, it's the battleground one. Yeah, we ain't doing that. See you later. Mats of past expansions are too easy to get. In a way. In a way. The fact that you just one-shot every mob in existence, but we also have scaling technology for that. That there's, you know, it does kind of counteract the whole player agency of progressing forward and getting stronger, but I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Should we go Naran Plains? And Naran Plains is a little bit more pretty. It's a little bit more flat. A little bit more easy to see what's going on. Plus, I haven't done much herbing and mining out here. I've done a bit, but not a lot. Might find a new variety of stuff to pick up. I didn't strictly intend for today to end up being a almost an entirely gathering stream, but it's what's had some changes, so I guess it makes sense to at least give it a day of stream. Getting quality 2 Hockenbloom. Let's put our quality 2 herbs along here. We'll put our ore here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Put your bugs up there. Oh, a rich Terravite. Yeah, go on then. Yoink. Oh, missed it. You're a big frog. Don't mind me. 10! Damn. Not messing about. What professions am I going to level first? Well, my main character has jewel crafting and leatherworking. So that's going to be top priority for me. There are maybe, as we get closer to the expansion, going to become a few things that I might put on a priority list for me to do. On the basis that I do tend to play the auction house quite a lot. I might look at, if, you know, for example, yesterday's video where we talked about the fact that there might be a distinct lack of crystals for the first couple of weeks until people have access to, you know, a reliable source of epics in terms of Mythic Plus. I might, yeah, there might be some professions that I dip into on alts just to get, you know, get going with, but my main priority is going to be jewel crafting and leatherworking. Dragonspawn Spellweaver's Focus. Bind on Equip. Love me a Bind on Equip cosmetic item. Yeah, we do. Have there been any work order updates? Not in-game, not that we can, you know, physically see or play around with. There were some interesting strings that haven't necessarily given us all the answers. But at least we know that we've got clarification now that there is going to be a daily cap on public orders that you can fulfill. So you can't just spam fill all of the orders. It was the only reason we suspected that would be a thing was because of some flavor text on the quest anyway. But now there's an actual string in the game that indicates there's a number to it. We just don't know what that number is. The other interesting thing we did find out is that you cannot fulfill your own orders. So you are going to it doesn't really benefit those with a big supply of alts. You're not necessarily going to be able to fill your own orders for free. Now, sure, those who have multiple accounts might find a way around this. Just like being able to, you know, under normal circumstances, you can't buy your own auctions. But of course, if you have 2 accounts, then all of a sudden you can. Yeah, I think having yeah, I don't know what really to what more to think about that other than having a restriction being able to fill your own work orders. I think generally it's good because otherwise, you know, there are people out there nowadays that have a bajillion alts. I don't know actually. I don't know. Maybe I haven't made my mind up on that decision yet, but it's a thing. There's a string that seems to indicate that you'll be restricted from fulfilling your own orders. Quest, story of memorable victory. That was a good fight. Elder Poe in Iskara will be interested in listening to that story. I think that's a weekly quest, you know. 250 rep. Just randomly got from killing a mob. There's another rousing seed. Now this one's bind on pickup. So some of these cosmetics are bind on equip, some of them are bind on pickup. I mean, bind on equip is always very fun. Gets your goblin senses tingling. There's a fishy fish. What's this? A bobble poppy. Too many mobs around it. Oh no, I'm out of shovels. I can't shovel dirt piles. I should have stopped past and picked some of those up. Am I herbing any sexy forage? I am herbing all the sexy forage. It's not my fault if you hear it wrong. I'll keep saying it the way I do. Not sure why it really matters, to be honest, because of the whole gear example. Don't they mostly have bind on pickup items like from raids and stuff that you're going to need to gather to place the order in the first place? Yeah, see, this is it. Like, how many restrictions do you really need? Why do you look a lot like me? You look a lot like me. So much like me, in fact, that we could be brothers. You're a rare. 2.2 million. Are you 2.2 million? Soloable? Maybe. Let's find out. Soloable if we don't get hit by shit. Oh, let's not get hit by that. Mark him on the map. A little busy right now. A little busy. If you want to come join in, though, he's at the top here, above the camp. In the Naran Plains, obviously. Talk to him, offer him a cookie. I don't think he's up for a cookie right now, you know. He looks a little bit more angry than is cookie worthy. Don't know if a cookie will do it. I'm up for a cookie. You're always up for a cookie. Stinky cheese and cookies all day. Try if he's stunnable. My stun's on cooldown. I think I stunned him a minute ago. Don't die, pet. Stay alive. Ah, he's going down. Easy mode. No problems. Hunter privileges here. He better drop something good, though, for all of this. Oh, Cockosaurus. I went to heal my pet, literally. Okay. I went to heal my pet the very second he died. That was a dumb move, wasn't it? You can interrupt Storm Breath, though. Boom. Dead as a dodo. Skinnable. Centaur hunting trophies, Dragon Isle supplies, Centaur reputation, and a grey. So, yeah. Nothing outrageous. Nothing outrageous. The Centaurs, though, I do feel, is a faction to where you are just going to need to kill every rare on the map every day to have any chance of gaining their reputation at any reasonable speed. Actually, thinking about it, they're probably the faction to which I've had the least experience with so far, and I've also found the least ways to gamify it as well. Although I haven't focused much time on these to even really try and find out, but you're probably, for these guys, going to want to make sure that you're doing the quests, the daily quests at the camp every day, and then just killing as many rares as you can. Because killing rares seems to be the ticket to gaining rep with these, at least in some part. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Cockosaurus. There we go. Do all the hunts that are active. Yeah, doing the hunts is going to be another one. Something that I've not really done much of yet either. Oh, you're not the herb. Hey, what? What's going on here? Go away. Have I got my dragon riding spec correctly? I have. I was just checking that there's an actual talent node for dragon riding. Gathering herbs or minerals increases your vigor recharge rate. This is really quite cool to have. Very helpful for allowing you to just zip about. Got no flipping shovels. Somebody was saying earlier that they got a spark of ingenuity. Somebody's, you know, screenshots so it didn't happen, but somebody said they got a spark of ingenuity from one of these scout packs. I'm yet to. I mean, I've looted a bajillion of those things over the weeks, and I'm yet to find a spark of ingenuity from one. But if it becomes an alternative source for them, that's big. Because at the moment, we don't really know a lot about those. Okay, windswept. Let's overload. Let's do an overload. Overload herb. Pew! Now we play the falling minigame. God, oh no, I missed a bunch. I went the wrong way. Oh well. I got a few. Interesting, actually, is the herbs I was getting from those. Take a look at the bags. All 3-star herbs I was getting from those. 3-star saxifrage, 3-star rife bark, 3-star Hockin blooms. Bunch of rousing air. Oh, let's actually loot the thing in the first place. Evoker would be Evoker for herb mining. There's going to be a lot of evokers, so it kind of makes sense. There's less. A lot of people seem to be quite fixated on this. What's going to be the best in slot gatherer? You know, has a druid's crown been knocked off? If I'm honest, I think it's going to have far less to do with the class, more to do with your ability to dragon ride effectively. Somebody that's good at dragon riding, somebody that can control their vigor, somebody that can get the best out of their dragon riding, is going to do far better than just somebody that has, you know, a slight stat bump because of a racial. There's not going to be, at least not to begin with anyway, there's not going to be that level of optimization. There's too many other variables. So I certainly wouldn't be dropping your druid in favour of an evoker. they'll both be good. Evoker's mobility is definitely going to be helpful. But most of the time, you're relying on being good at dragon riding more than anything else. Oh, I thought that was a node, and it's not. Do some of the races herb mine faster? I don't think so, but that's actually one of the things for. Where's it gone? Is it finesse? No, which one is it? Deafness maybe? Yeah, deafness is the gathering speed buff basically. You can stack deafness if you really want to just loot things faster. It's not particularly very slow to begin with though, so this I feel is a bit of a dead stat as it stands. Perception is the one that's going to give you the ability to, in theory, get more rare stuff. What that ultimately means, we don't really know in full detail yet. And finesse gives you the chance to just gather more, just, you know, like a quantity multiplier. There's a draconium somewhere. Where? Where? Where are you? Is it in here? Hang on, where did that cave go? I swear I saw a cave a minute ago. Here it is. Oh, you know what? I'm not going and exploring in caves just for one ore node. Thinking of playing 2 demon hunters in Dragonflight, one for PvP, one for PvE. Do you reckon that getting jewel crafting leatherworking on my main or leatherworking skinning? It's when it comes to which professions you should have, don't try and optimize the crap out of it. This is one thing that I see a lot of people doing, and I don't agree with it. I don't think that you should really try and optimize your professions in that much. It doesn't matter. You're often much better off just having a wider variety of professions available to you. What characters they're on doesn't make a huge amount of difference nowadays. You want to pick the professions for your character that complement the style of play that you're dealing with, right? This is why every person who does Mythic Plus on a regular basis ends up being an engineer. Why? Because engineering's really quite handy. It has some utility that, you know, is hard to miss. So that's the route I would suggest people take, you know. Pick a profession that either complements your playstyle or one that you just either don't have access to currently. Because there's no point having 4 jewel crafters on 4 different characters unless there's like a really good reason to do it, you know. You want to get access to like one of every profession to begin with. And then by that point, if you've got 5 or 6 characters on the go, then you probably know better than me anyway. Yeah, so the TLDR is I wouldn't worry too much about what profession goes on what character. You're better off just having a wider selection of professions to play with. Until you've got at least every profession once, I wouldn't double up on any. And on what character they go on doesn't make a huge difference. I hate these ones where you fall. I never really know what to do with my camera. I just end up wildly spinning my camera around, trying to stay on top of something. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point, right? But, oh, I got that one on the bottom, nice. I'm telling you now, these windswept ones are money. These are money in the bank. These are giving you top quality herbs for every one of those things you hit on the way down, and rousing air all over the place. Oh, don't pew me off the cliff, my lord. They've increased rep gains from the Tuskar soup. Quest went up to 500 from 300, and every task you do has gone up to 20 from 8. That's still a bit of a nerf generally. The 20 up from 8 makes sense, because there's been a 2.5 times increase to the amount of reputation you need. So you would kind of want there to be a 2.5 times reputation increase on stuff like that just by default. 500 rep up from 300 though is a clear nerf. I guess it incentivizes people to do more than just the first 5 tasks, I suppose. Oh, an iridescent ore. So yeah, there we go. Our last one is the iridescent ore. Does that now mean, if we look in our mining thing, was that our last one for the week? Yeah, you may discover no more samples this week. I am done with profession knowledge this week, apparently, as far as mining is concerned. By learning this one, +3 at the end. That's quite cool. Also gained 15 artisans metal because of it. Nice. So where does that leave us points-wise? Oh, haha, my headers are back to normal. Yeah, I've done exactly what I would not suggest doing, which is put some points into everything. Okay. Study the understanding, doing more stuff. Yep. Okay. I want the more stuff that gives me more draconium ore. That's all I really want. Study the understanding of proper mining techniques to increase your efficiency in mining and allow for new mining opportunities. Gain 1 skill point per point in this spec. That's probably default go-to number 1 until... What boosts and perks do we get in here? Plus finesse, learn a sub-spec, perception, learn a sub-spec, deafness when all deposits. Why did I put points in this? Increases your ability to extract primary ores from the deposits, gaining +1 finesse per point spent. Yeah, no idea why I did this. Just because it gave me +5 skill here. So it was actually, by doing that, it was not only +5 skill points, but it was also +5 finesse at the same time. So it was more valuable putting it here than it was here, which was just giving me flat out 1 skill per. Oh, I see why I did that. Finesse, finesse, skill, finesse. Gain even more ore from finesse. It's really quite boring, isn't it? What's surveying? Improve your ability to find deposits and rare materials found within them. Gain +1 perception per point in this specialization. Upon unlocking it, 10 perception when mining. Stacking some we should test this at some point. I mean, I'm not really pushing these specs to their limit, but it might make sense for me to try and get my hands on some profession accessories with some better stats and stuff. It's really difficult to test though, because you haven't got the economy to back it up with, and on these realms specifically, you are absolutely on your own. This is like solo. I would love to test some of this in more detail, but you just don't have the ability to. You have the chance to uncover diamonds when mining rich ore deposits. Wow, there we go. Jewel crafters will love them some of that. Getting diamonds via prospecting is a pain in the ass and is going to be expensive. Those jewel crafters that choose to also take mining as well, because of, you know, the synergy between the two, might look to... This is also one thing that I've not really spoke about too much, is that the specs offer something different even within themselves, but you can quite clearly see that some of them end up being really good picks if you have a complementary profession to go with it. So, you know, this node, for example, is really good to put some points in if you also happen to be a jewel crafter. I would still argue that if you're mining, you should probably have herbalism before jewel crafting, but either or. Remember, kids, never waste diamonds on a hoe. Solid science there. Solid science on that one. I think the jewellery industry would probably disagree with you, but yes, I think most men will agree that wedding rings are a scam. Finland and your coffee just hit the newspapers in the Netherlands? Really? What, the fact that Finnish people consume more coffee per capita than practically any other nation on the planet? That's one of those random facts that floats around the internet on the regular. Doesn't even get the Minecraft reference? Oh, it was a Minecraft joke. Oh. Do I look like Dream? Finland are drinking coffee like babies compared to the Swedes? Oh, I don't know. There's a lot more Swedish people. Industrialization. The one thing that every non-goblin hates about goblins. Their ability to industrialize things. What do we get when we unlock this? Deafness. Boring. Skill. Sure. Deafness, skill, deafness. You have a chance to find gems when you mine. There seems to be the requirement to put a lot of points in these things before you get anything out of them, other than just basic stuff. Herbalism seems to give you perks and bonuses a lot quicker. You compare to herbalism, we're still a little bit broken here, aren't we? You know, instantly getting the ability to gather more of it. Yet, greater chance of gathering more of it halfway through. Sure, the keystone node, the cap of it, is just a flat boost, which is a bit boring, but... Gain additional rousing essences whilst mining elemental deposits. Yeah, that's a week 1 bonus for sure. That's a big week 1 bonus. That's really what you're after. Specialize in molten deposits will allow you to acquire additional rousing fire and improve your efficiency in mining these deposits. Gain +1 skill on molten deposits per point in this spec. Damage dealt by mining a deposit is reduced by 50%. I'm just going to stack some points in here. Put 5 points in there. Now we get to pick primal, titan touched, hardened, or molten. What would we rather have more of? More rousing fire, more rousing earth, more rousing order, or more... What's this one? I don't know. Oh, primal deposits now have a chance to contain rousing air or rousing frost. Essences that are not traditionally found by miners. What did we say deafness did? +10 deafness when mining hardened deposits. What did deafness even do? Oh. It just makes you do it faster. Okay, that's an optimization that I don't think is too necessary. I think getting the primal one's a win, you know. Although I don't think I've ever tapped a primal node. I don't think I even know where they exist. Oh, I don't know. It makes you not hear anything. Primal deposits are so rare, though, that becomes a last pick. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't think I've ever seen one. Although I've not done much herbing and mining in any of the zones. Oh, I don't know. Okay. The question is do I want to unlock something and then put points into it, or do I just want to put more points into this? Gain rousing essences whilst mining elemental deposits. I just want 5 more points in this, please. Then I can unlock, I don't know. You're right, primals are so rare that does become a last pick, I think. Titan touched. Attune yourself to the portals opened by overloading Titan touch deposits, allowing you to return to where the first portal opened. Does it give me anything else fun? What does it matter? I'm not going to be able to get there anyway. Let's just learn this one. Boom, thanks. I still got 4 points I could put in something somewhere, technically. It's annoying that I have an odd number of points, but just go with the one you find first. It's probably not the worst idea. There's me trying to min-max on the beta. What a fool. What an absolute idiot. What an absolute donkey. Alright then, okay. I think, boys and girls, I think for now that's enough herbing and mining on the beta for today. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I think I'm going to call it there. I've got to give you a bit of a heads up that tomorrow's stream will be at a weird and wonderful schedule. I've not, for reference, I've got an appointment that I cannot miss at midday tomorrow, which is annoyingly smack bang in the middle of when I would usually do my stream. So I'm going to have to re-jiggery pokery the stream tomorrow. So it might end up being an evening stream. Might suit some of you, might not suit some of you. I'm not entirely sure, but be aware that tomorrow's stream will not start at its usual normal time, unfortunately. So yeah, there's that. But thank you all for joining today. Surprising amount of viewers today, so thank you all. If you're new around here, hope you enjoyed. If you're a regular that's just joined us back again, welcome back, obviously. And if you're a regular, thanks for joining again. I do appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow. Come say hi on the Discord. There's lots of topics of, there's lots of discussion popping off. There's the Dragonflight beta channel in the Discord has always got somebody talking something. Lots of stuff to be learned over there. So if you haven't already, come check us out over on Discord. And of course, go hit that subscribe button over on YouTube for all of the latest short form gold making content. So there's my sellout for the day. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one. I'll see you. Who's that up there? Might go kill him in a minute. Anyway, enjoy. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Peace.